sound? I got sound. Just clearing out all this nonsense out here, really. What if we got those assholes over there? This too. Uh-oh, it's going down. Let's see. Sure why the cunning with the champion. I'm really not sure. It's gotta have some kind of like status effect. It's like some kind of chance thing or something. I don't see any reason to put any cunning into a warrior at all. Like, I don't. If there is, I'm not aware of it. Increases strength, resilience. It's just you take a penalty and stamina regen, but you eventually get like that kind of pretty much just evens out, and then you get a health regen bonus too, which really helps with the Reaver thing because it kind of evens that out. And the Reaver thing is just whatever damage you take just increases your damage. It's probably not by a lot, but I mean, anything is something. Yeah, penalty to stamina regeneration, but then a bonus to health regeneration while it's active, and then reduce that penalty. And the final blow one, I don't know. I mean, once you get that hammer and you get a huge stamina pool. I don't know what percentage of it is converted to damage, but I mean, there is that. But I think you literally just dump your entire stamina bar into one swing, and like literally, like even like sustained abilities you have and shit, like just turn off. Like you pretty much just dump everything. I believe that's how that works. I mean, we'll eventually have extra points. We can put a point in there and play with it. But it's, you're still not going to be like one-shotting bosses with it, so... Alright, that's definitely going to be level 10 there. See, this is an automatic crit. And I think it's also somewhat of a finisher. But the cooldown on it is 60 seconds. Cooldown on this is 20, and it essentially does the same thing. Don't really see the value in it. We're going to need all these too. We're going to start getting some tomes, though. But I can't have this yet. We definitely take that. I can take that now. Excuse me. Yeah. I did grab this already, right? I think we killed these guys already. Did we deal with these guys already? Oh no shit. Hold on a second. Like all of them? Nice. Okay, not all of them, because there's that one dude drops like a whole set of armor. Hey, what's up, Alpha? What's going on, man?
We done heard what was said. You're a warden. I don't know if you killed King Kalen, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies. Attack!
I see enemies ahead! I'll get on it. Sounds better than later.
I need to put this somewhere. Where's it at? Right there. That right there.
run while you still can. Got it. Can I give you a ladder so you can get off my back?
I suppose violence is a solution. Sometimes.
Let's grab some glory!
I'll get on it.
Injured? As in me? As in now?
It really does.
I'm not giving up.
Oh no, dude, that's skills, bro. That's skills, man. No, that's how we roll now. Like, we've been playing this game for so long, we can just like stare at the. No, it's obviously frozen. Let's see. That would be pretty gangster, though, right? I'm just sitting here catching up on Twitter while streaming the game with my right hand. Probably actually play better that way, to be honest. Now that I think about it. Uh-oh. Oh, don't be a dick. All right, hold on a second. Just be like that, huh? Huh. It really does want to be a dick. All right, hold on a second. Just does that. It does all kinds of weird shit here. Yeah, to be honest. Right, what's up, Larry? Hey, Alpha, did you yell at me on a video the other day? By any chance? Is that you? There's somebody with Alpha in their name, and I didn't. I mean, if that's your YouTube name, then it wasn't you. Never mind. Forget I asked. I guess.
What now? Just like you wanted.
Yeah, I got yelled at. I got yelled at. Somebody got offended. I wasn't super bothered that they were offended, but I did that. Yeah, okay. We burned through all of our potions. Oh, doing all right. Finally got stream. Plan on being home a little earlier tonight. I think tomorrow night I'm really gonna try to get home. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna go into work and do the minimum, but like, we got a new manager and she doesn't know how to orchestrate deliveries. It's really frustrating. I miss like 9/10 of the money I can make, and just it's kind of just like being there for no fucking reason, and it is what it is. So I'm not super stoked about even going in, but should I go in? I'm gonna wait for the earliest break and then leave and try to get stream going, like in the 9, 10, 11 o'clock range, not the 1, 2, 3 in the morning bullshit. We'll see. Yay!
Danger approaches. Get on it. Can I give you a ladder so you can get off my back? All right, all right.
All right, battle it is then. I suppose violence is a solution. Sometimes.
Got it.
let's see if we can just... Yeah, Alistair doesn't have any potions to use, I don't think, or else we just burn them all up.
Ah, that would leave a scar. Blast.
Go out and touch grass. Just touch grass and think about things instead. Yeah, no, dude, he's like... And I wasn't even really super annoyed by it. I was just like, I mean, I guess you just gotta expect to get that kind of stuff sometimes, if you know, especially if you go against popular opinion or whatever. But it was basically,
Yep.
how do
waiting
I
around
paraphrase?
is awesome.
It wasn't like this long, super lengthy bitching. Oh, it kind of was. It was a long, lengthy bitching out. But he just really felt the need to correct me in my errors, and I was like, so he's like, how dare you judge people and this and that? And I was like, who did I judge? That's literally, who did I judge? Well, people who have a different world view than you do, woke people and such, you know, you may not like them, but leave God out of it. And I said, why would I leave God out of it? Every single thing that they think can do is to take God out of it. Okay, well, all this is God's in the first place, so how are you going to take him out of his own? That's like, I understand this is your house, but you need to leave. No, man, no. But that's what they try to do. And everything they do and say, every single law, every agenda, every march, every shout, every parade, every election, every sermon, well, not every, but 99.9% of the sermons preached and the speeches given and all this is to further that agenda, directly and indirectly, overtly and subversively. At least that's what I know to be true. In other words, know it to the point that you can't tell me any different. You can't tell me electricity doesn't work either, because you know what? My lights are on. It's just that simple to me. So, you know, and you know, you can even call that opinion. I don't think it's an opinion that I have a game controller in my hand. No, guess what? Here's my hand. I got a game controller in it. That's not an opinion. See, people want to say, well, I'll lessen your truth by calling it an opinion and we can just agree to disagree. Oh, we can agree to disagree. But we're not all going to have our interpretation. There's not 18 truths. There's one. It's true or it's not. Like, that's it. That's all. And if everybody is actively committed and devoted to the point of marching and protesting and rigging elections and perverting people for their own profit and even like creating new genders and doing all this stuff, if you're that devoted to just literally erasing God's plan, which is pretty simple and everything, even animals know it. There's no rainbow in nature, okay? The only rainbow in nature is the one that God gave as a promise. Just saying. Okay, and animals even understand that. Can you imagine if the dogs and the monkeys and the rats and stuff? Could you just imagine? Okay, it'd be hilarious, but just saying. Okay, even nature has common sense. So you know, this isn't an opinion. But when you are actively against, not anti, not other than, but against all good, if you promote everything that's the opposite of, say, something simple like the basic 10 Commandments, you know, just common sense shit, then you're actively evil. Your active removal of God from everything is actively evil. What do you mean leave God out of it? Pretty sure they're the ones that pick the fight on every single front. Pretty sure they are. And, well, that means, I'm not going to say they're my enemy, but it definitely makes me theirs. So, no, I'm not going to leave God out of that. Without God, I don't have shit. I can't say a single thing. I'd get destroyed. So, I'm totally, if I'm in it, God's in it. That doesn't make me God, but yeah, I know he's got my back. As long as I'm telling the truth. Now, if I'm tripping or I'm lying or I'm, you know, something, oh, I'm going to pay for that. I'm 10 times more accountable than you are. I get it, but no, I can't leave him out of it. I'll just get out of it myself. Well, that's kind of being a pussy, so I'm not going to do that either. So, whatever. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. But they were just that, what do you call it, triggered?
All right.
I guess. I guess.
That's it.
Let's make this quick.
Run while you can. Now's better than later.
But that was kind of the gist of it.
What is it?
I think we were talking about, we were talking about something, and I think we went and got like the Idukan shield, right? And then this ungrateful little disrespectful piece of whiny shit that's already a traitor already has our worst interests at heart because he's a political payoff, right? He goes, shield doesn't look like much. That kind of disrespect. American flag doesn't look like much while you're sucking on EBT and fucking voting in communists and fucking breaking every law you can find and feeling you're entitled to just do whatever. American flag doesn't look like much. Let's just burn it. Exact same thing. So I just brought up the parallel, the exact same kind of spirituality, lack of morals, lack of ethics, complete disregard and complete lack of appreciation. And just made a parallel with the people today, and that really, I mean, what's really cool if somebody reacts that strongly, you probably told the truth, or you're so egregious that, well, you need to be accountable for that too. But I hadn't done anything wrong to anybody, so I'm gonna assume it was the former, not the latter. Anyway, that's pretty much what that was. No big deal. Yeah. Well, no, all of them. Well, yeah, I'm gonna play all the Dragon Age. I'm gonna play Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and then Inquisition. I don't really consider it Dragon Age, but it's sort of Dragon Age. Kinda. I mean, it's not completely not Dragon Age. I'd say it's about 10% Dragon Age. I think that's about fair. Give or take. Why do you keep calling me buddy?
Another battle, I see. Fools!
Spider spanking. You really don't want them all at once. I think it's kind of like impossible to avoid, though.
Take you a ladder so you can get off my back.
You forced our hand.
Run while you can. Got it. All right. Let me see some blood. Oh no! Sounds better than later. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Run while you still can.
Can't kill him fast enough. I could go in and change the tactics, but I'd rather use these injury kits than health potions right now. I'd like to have a few left. Obviously, nobody's set up to use lesser health potions. Or do I only have... Oh, I might only have normal health... Hold on a second. What do I have? Oh, I only have normals. Ah, god damn it. Okay, well, I need Alistair to be using those then. Hold a second. So we burned all those up. Okay. Can Morgan make any
If you
more?
must.
do this, do that.
Okay. I think I already sold that dude all of his poison, so we'll just go turn that shit in. True. I only say it's not Inquisition. You know what? It's actually a really cool discussion, and you know, I mean, we've talked about that shit for hours before on streams and stuff, and I enjoy that. It's nice to kind of really flex, and you know, because in comparison, it kind of really points out just how really groundbreaking and amazing Origins was in the style of game in which they put the story and how it plays out, especially in Origins and Dragon Age 2. It's really a special something, right? Kind of like Fallout 3, New Vegas to an extent, but the writers were like completely different. Except for the DLC. Some New Vegas DLC included a lot of the Bethesda writers because Obsidian had abandoned the project at that point. And to honor the fans who had already paid for that shit and stuff, basically it was promised. Bethesda really, I think Old World Blues and one or two of the others Bethesda did. In fact, one of them was like literally an update, basically disguised as a DLC. Like they included the update with it or something. I think it was like, I don't know, it had something to do with like weapons or something. It like completely overhauled like 90% of the ballistics and explosives and all kinds of other shit, you know, to be balanced. And dude, the update was like almost as big as the game itself. I mean, that's how screwed up the game was. Anyway, like Fallout 3 had its own vibe, very similar to Oblivion. You'd probably say the same thing about Morrowind. It just had that thing, and then they pretty much got away from it. You know, Origins had its thing. I think they brought in some action without sacrificing what really made the storyline and the gameplay as it compares to the vibe that the story was giving you. Still being bloody and dark, because human history is bloody and dark. You know, except maybe to the victors, but to somebody it's bloody and dark. You know, every flag has a lot of blood on it, right? So, like it just has that special thing. That I felt was missing completely from an Inquisition. It played a lot more like a Skyrim wannabe, which is how they designed it. I mean, they actually said they were doing that when they did it. They said, we are aggressively pursuing Skyrim in the development of our game. I think that's a quote. If it's not, it's a really close paraphrase, but that's what they said. So, and you see that, and that's not a good thing, because Skyrim forfeited most of what made the Elder Scrolls great. I'm not saying Skyrim isn't its own thing, and I'm not saying it's not even an Elder Scrolls game, but it's certainly not an RPG. When you look at Origins really introduces it, and you see that it's really the dark horse behind everything. And then you realize that the source of it is Dumont himself. The introduction of blood magic. You have magic, which is creation. And then you have blood magic, which is, well, you can call it the opposite, or you can at least call it something else. And the end of it is always destruction to the person and the person's victims. Always. Because you're going to get tripped up every time. Hawk even tells you that in Inquisition. But the crazy thing, she tells you that in Inquisition, and that should create a little resentment with you as a player, because you can't have it in Inquisition. Here's the problem. Origins and Dragon Age 2 show you progressively. And just as the story progresses, so does the, what would you say? The relevance of blood magic progresses, in that it is the foundation of the story. Let's just put it this way. Without blood magic, you don't have old gods. Without blood magic, you have no archdemons. Without blood magic, you do not have a blight. Without blood magic, you do not have all the shit that Solus did to sever fucking the spirit world from the natural world and destroy basically 60 to 80% of all creation in the process. All what you see here is just remnants. And it's not coincidental that where the elves tend to chill and where all this shit is kind of like, what would you say, focused, is sunder mount. What does sunder mean? Torn asunder. It means to basically rip apart. You can cut or you can tear asunder, which means just take two halves, pull them apart, and whatever's left in the middle, if it falls, that's it, that's all. And they show you that in Inquisition. Like, fuck, I mean, in Trespasser, you even go off into the friggin' elven mirrors that go between, I guess you could say, either dimensions or whatever else, and half the mirrors are broken, probably 2/3 of the mirrors are just missing, and then there's like just an empty space or void around you. That's the shit that was lost when Solus did what he did to basically send the old gods into wherever, somewhere beyond the Fade. Probably what you would refer to as hell, where the Fade would be like, what do they call that stupid shit in some religions? Purgatory. Okay, so yeah, something like that. That whole thing. Right? So that isn't in Inquisition. They literally took it out. How are you going to take out the foundation of the entire game without bringing the entire fucking story down? You can't take the foundation out from under a house and just leave the house standing. It won't be standing for long. Right? And that's the problem. Like I said, 10% Dragon Age. You take out the thing that literally is the core of everything Dragon Age. Blood magic literally is at the root of it all. That's where the fall comes. That's the first thing Duncan's talking about. Yeah, we're gonna breach the holy city. Using what kind of magic? And then pride and corruption and then the darkspawn are the result. Whether that's how it exactly went down or not, the bottom line is that's where blood magic was originated. It's essentially the opposite of magic. It's the corrupt kind. Fuck, even Anders knows that. He says, that's magic and it's not the good kind. And then Varric says it, and come on, man. So that's my primary reason for saying Inquisition just is not a Dragon Age game. It can't be. You can't base a story. You can't proceed with a story erasing what the story is based on in the first place. Like, what's the point of the story? Oh, it's gone now. But let's just carry on. What kind of fucking story is that? Chapter 1 disappears as soon as you start reading Chapter 3. What? Yeah, you can't ever read it again. Or if you go back and read it, you realize that Chapter 3 is bullshit and it's based on that would make a book ridiculous, wouldn't it? Well, that's the same thing with a video game. How do you take out the thing that started the story in the first place? This is a story about you, but we're just going to take you out of existence about halfway through. And then we'll just keep talking about what this story's about. But the story's about you, but you don't exist, so we can't talk about that. Okay, then what are you talking about? Nothing, we're just trying to be Skyrim now. That's what happened. No ifs, ands, or buts. There's no other way to look at it. Not that I see. It's just that simple. So, not a Dragon Age game to me. And that's why I see it that way. Let's get pied.
Path of righteousness is full of hardship, but the Maker
So small.
smiles
Dragon Age
upon
2
its
is as big as Dragon Age Origins. Sure is. I believe it has just as many locations, too. Prove me wrong. Might be a couple less locations, maybe. If you count DLC. Awakening has... it has a few spots on the map. But, I mean, like, so does... what's that one? Damn. Oh, what's up, Joey? If I didn't say hey, man, sorry. Path of Exile. I don't like. That's good on you. That's good on you. Oh wait, Path of Exile. Oh no, that's not turn-based. No. Oh, that's kind of like a Diablo-like, but it has like a shit ton more build stuff in it. I've got one of the Path of Exile games. Yeah, it's kind of Diablo-like, but better. Sorry to say, but it's Diablo-like, but better, in my opinion. And like you can like create like hybrid builds. You can go like half and a quarter, or like 3/4, or some shit like that. You can do like really cool Right, right, right. When I say Diablo, it's that isometric kind of top-down where you look like you're playing on a train set. Like everything's like super detailed, but it's just small, and you're kind of looking from the top down, you know, and just moving around doing your thing, and pretty much just fighting, you know, billions and billions of monsters that get progressively stronger, of course, you know. But loot drops like every 2 seconds, and it's, you know, I mean, that's what made Borderlands really, really cool when it first came out, because it was like this completely unique take on graphics, and then the playstyle was Call of Duty on steroids, but then the RPG thing was really close to kind of like an Origins or a Divinity game. The way they make their skill trees, where you have like ranks of certain things. Ego Draconis was kind of like that, even though it was kind of more of a Skyrim type game. It had that RPG build talent trees type thing. And then you had then of course you had the loot like Diablo. So that's what I literally believe Borderlands took like the best of several different worlds, but then made it their own shit. So they disguised it so well that it was their own thing. But think about it, it's pretty genius, you know. Now that's not a cow you can just milk forever, which they tried to. Borderlands 2 was really good. They made it fresh, and they created characters that were as likable as the first one. But after that, in my opinion, they just fell off a cliff. Kind of like Saints Row should have stopped with 3, in my opinion, and just left it at that, and then gone back and start redoing and remastering their old games and making them relevant. You know, kind of like a single or co-op Grand Theft Auto knockoff, which in my opinion is even better than Grand Theft Auto, because you actually like had shit to do that kind of seemed relevant. I'm not saying Grand Theft Auto doesn't, but Saints Row it struck a funny bone that I liked personally. Each to their own. Not criticizing one or the other. Not saying one's better. They're just different flavors of ice cream. Don't have to be better. They're just different. But yeah, you had a Path of Exile, which was super, super, super complex. Lots, and I mean, just that. I mean, like honestly, I don't see how you could ever build the same character twice. I don't even know that would be possible, unless you just like mapped it and blueprinted it and just, you know. But even then, you're still going to get all kinds of different shit as you go along and get ideas to like do different things. And man, maybe I want to focus on this instead of that, and then, you know, maybe I want to lean more towards this or towards that, or just go pure this or pure that, and you know, that type of stuff, right? It was like, apparently, like, you can't ever build all the builds possible in Path of Exile. You just wouldn't have enough time in your life to actually do it. Like, that's a pretty big game. It's intimidating to me a little bit. Not the build part of it, but the thing, like, I'd like to play this, and even if I wanted to invest even like 500 to 1,000 hours into it, I'd still kind of want to move on. But it's like, it's almost like an MMO, like you were saying, in that regard, is that once you dedicate yourself to it, you better just stay with it, or else fall off, you know? Like, I've always wondered on a channel if one day they would come out with an MMORPG that played and was just my shit. The closest to that was Final Fantasy XIV. I really, really enjoyed that. The PC players who had been playing World of Warcraft and shit like that forever, they said I would get kudos when we did dungeons and stuff, where I at least did my job. And they knew you were on console based on the shit you were doing, right? And when they were on PC, you knew it because they could type a paragraph in 2 seconds, and it took you like 15 minutes on your QWERTY keyboard, you know, to type out, "Oh, thanks," you know. And they could just sit there and just, you know, they could like type paragraphs in the middle of fighting. You knew the PC players because they could do that. Ain't no PS4 player doing that. No, it's just not how that's going down. It doesn't work like that. You're doing your best just to like manipulate your buttons and your D-pad and all this shit just to do your basic attacks, and they've got like 40 hotkeys at the bottom of their screen, and they're just flipping through that shit like it's cool, right? But anyway, really enjoyed it, and that was okay. My real shit was ESO, because ESO was really built for MMO players who also play on console. And a lot of people hated it because the console players were really coming from Skyrim, and they didn't even know what an RPG was. If you ask them, well, how do you build your tank? How did you build your DPS? And how did you build your support? And they'll be like, what's that? I got my million septum sword, and I'm a tank healer, paladin, assassin, mage healer, knight, necromancer, death, thief. Oh, are you really? Okay, well, how about get in here and let one of these ankle biters hit you once, and then they immediately die and collapse. And I said, that's your tank, huh? Fuck this game. It sucks. Because they actually had to think, and they couldn't stand that. Get a Skyrim player on the ESO that doesn't know what an RPG is. You can see it in chat. Like area chat, you can see it in area chat. Fuck this. Or they'll get into a dungeon and they keep dying and they blame you. You suck. Because they're playing a fucking tank that they tried to build as a, I don't know, Skyrim Nord or something. And it's just completely pathetic. Have no idea what even their job is. Like, they have no idea. They just don't know. I mean, ignorance isn't stupid. Intentionally remaining ignorant is stupid, though. So, yeah. But that if I was going to stay on an MMO and probably still even be playing that today, it would have been ESO. And honestly, it would have been about 80% PvP because that was my shit. That is the only PvP in a game that I can say I truly loved. I thought it was done so well because I felt like I was in Cyrodiil. If you wanted to take a break from jacking the bad kids' scrolls because they all sucked, even though they were playing on PC the same game a year or two before it ever came out on console. Console caught up to them in about 3 or 4 months. And then the PC players showed that they're not the elite master race of anything. I mean, maybe of cockroaches. But no, I think cockroaches could kick their ass because they were just that fucking bad. And they had all the shit. Like that they were like max everything. They had all their shit set up. They've been playing for a long time, at least a year or two before console ever got it. And the console players came in, eventually realized that we're not just a bunch of stupid hack jobs that just have a controller. You got your mouse and your keyboard. We got intelligence and skill and a pair of nuts. Even our girls have balls. So, yeah. Y'all are a bunch of dudes that are just pussies. Like, that's just what it was. It was clownish. Honestly, I wish we could have streamed some months of that. Being in Cyrodiil with the clan, setting everybody up, and we had a good plan because everybody was honest with the bank. If you took something, you dropped something. I need this right here, but you might leave like the materials to make other stuff. Or you might leave some other stuff that, like, where you just came from, that level top-notch shit, you just give it to the bank so that somebody could have it, so that somebody could step right into those shoes. And also you provided services. Like, if you had 50 skill in anything, cooking, gem crafting, I think it was called gem crafting, or rune crafting, whatever it was called, and then blacksmithing, right? Armor and stuff. You could make armor. You could make weapons. You could make the gems and stuff. Like, your clan would go out and they would farm for that shit and bring it back to you. And somebody in your clan had a bunch of that one rare item. They just happened to be somewhere in the game world where there was a bunch of that shit, and they'd give it to you. And they'd be like, okay, I need so much of these. Well, like, give me enough to make 10 and I'll give you 5. You know, because I got the skill to do it. And you don't have to pay anything for it. Just give me the stuff to get it. In fact, I've already got this. Just give me this shit because I don't have any of it. And I need like 20 of those. So they'd say, well, here, fucking take 50. I've got like 100 of those. Take 50 and just give me like 10 or 20. And you'd give them like 25 of those things. And they'd be set. And what they didn't use, they'd leave in their bank and let their next character coming up through the ranks when they hit that level to be able to grab that. And that would be like the best food. And the best set of armor, and the best set of daggers, or bow, or whatever you made for them. And so it was just that give and take, and it worked like just a little clan, a little, like, family thing. And, man, that was some of the best gaming I've ever done in my life. ESO was the shit. It was the shit. And it was just not over-the-top complex. There wasn't, like, a billion different things you had to necessarily think about. But you could make a build, or you could suck. Like if you didn't understand synergy, you didn't understand that this skill worked with this skill and worked with this skill, and that certain other people in your party would enhance that even more, and then getting those people together, and then if they didn't know, you could bring them up to speed and say, okay, what you need to do is go respec and just throw some into this, this, and this to work with this, if you want, right? And try it out. And then go out and just start attacking some forts and jacking people's shit and running in and taking their Elder Scrolls and bringing them back. Then you let them come in and take them back just so you could go take them again. Dude, that was toying with the enemy. God, it was so much fun, man. Man, it was so much fun. They sent spies and traitors into our ranks from yellow and red to like seduce our people away, right? So that they could come get a scroll. And then we'd take like, I don't know, 20 of us and just go jack our shit back anyway. It was hilarious. But it was so much fun. Because there was like actual intrigue and shit. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. How does it get any better than that in a video game? That was just incredible.
He says the mage is in the tower out on like.
Oh, I'm not saying PC players are cockroaches. I'm saying the PC master race. People who say, well, we play on a PC, so we're great. Hey, it's video games, so nobody really cares. Except you. So PC master race people are people standing in the circle jerking each other off, telling each other how great they are. Nobody cares, right? But then also they tend to be, when it comes down to it, when they're toe-to-toe with other actual gamers who probably play as much or longer, but actually, like, try themselves, and considering consoles are twice as hard to play than PC games, comparatively speaking. You don't have near the benefits, you don't have near the range, you don't have near the access, you usually don't have even near the visuals and stuff. The PC does. Like, even camera range can be magnified 3, 4, 5 times, you know, in getting a layout of the land, and just different stuff. If you look at Dragon Age Origins on PC, it's jokingly easy. But I don't know a single PC player on Origins that sets tactics for their party. Don't know a single one. I know they're out there. I've seen their articles on forums, and have even commented and talked with these guys, and that's all cool. But these are players, and they have no arrogance to them whatsoever. They just love the fucking game, and they really dig into it. They just happen to play on PC. They don't care if you play on console, whatever. You got good ideas, that goes back and forth. All that other bullshit that those people do, it's like that was the gaming equivalent of pre-woke. PC Master Race. What? God, that's cringy. That's like, I get goosebumps, chills thinking about how cringy that is. But you got to kick their ass in ESO. They were always yellow. The Altmer, every time. And they had no idea how to play video games. Not on any level at all. That's not an elitist statement. That's just experience. They just literally, if there's one or two smart ones, they were too arrogant to actually be really smart, so they just sucked too. Like, it was really funny. They were just that bad. Oh, and they were really, really offended if you let them know that, because it was true. And they knew it. And that bled over into their like actual self as a person in the real world. They knew they sucked. They knew they were just bad. And then they were arrogant about it too, which makes it even more embarrassing. And that was the most delicious victories you can ever have. You want to take like 2 of your friends into a room full of 40 of them, and then you got 40 people in the hospital and 3 of you at the bar drinking and laughing about it. That's what you have. Awesome. Just hilarious. No, actually, to be honest, my experience with PC players in, but it wasn't PvP. I think they have PvP now. No, it really, they literally characterized the Altmer. And you want to hear something even funnier? And I am not making this up. This is over hundreds of hours of gameplay, right? The Red, they were always, you know what the term Zerg means? It means they just run at you with as many as they got, and eventually they'll overwhelm your barricades, even if there's a pile of bodies standing cloud high, right? I remember me, this is the session, because PvP would recycle Seemed like I think it was like there was a week or 10-day cycle, then there was like a 2-week cycle, and then there was like a month cycle or something. Anyway, the world space would tally everything up that you did during that particular period of time, and it would basically pass out like rewards and acknowledgments. Like you could become emperor, but you had to be what they call script, which is points. Points and script kind of went hand in hand. Script is something you went and you bought certain things like trebuchets, ballistas, shit like that with, right? Seemed like you bought some. I don't remember. It's been years, but anyway, it was that type of stuff. In PvP, in-game stuff that you actually used to basically lay siege and terrorize the enemy for the entire fucking campaign, right? So these were campaigns. So I think it was a 2-week campaign that I was on, and I actually made Emperor legit the right way. I was just on fucking 20 hours a day for about 2 weeks straight. But we did our thing, and during that, one of the coolest experience was, it was me and 2 other guys, and we were, I think, no, it was 3 other guys. It was a party of 3 or 4. I know it was like 2 rogues and a mage, or 3 rogues and a mage, but that was basically it. And so the mage, if we ever came under direct attack, would start propping up the bubbles and the heals and the sustains and the buffs and this and that, and everybody had their food, right? And my main character, my actual main was 50 in everything, and I had collected basically every armor piece. If you wanted a particular kind of armor, I could make it, like Daedric or Dwarven, or you wanted your character to run around in that shit, that's fine. And I could make it on any level. And then through the bank and my own resources, you also always had the materials to craft this shit, right? So everybody had, like, I think the break-offs were like level 13 or 14, and then it was like level 21, and then I think it was like level 30, then 30, then 40, then 50, or 30, 40, and then 49 or something, and then at 50 you went on to champions rank, but then you had to leave the PvP area. So if you ever promoted, you might send that character over to a champion campaign, but then you just start over, and you go back to, like, you know, I don't even think you could even get into PvP until you were like level 5 or 10. There was a minimum. Maybe it was 14. I don't remember what the minimum was. So you just went and grinded all you could to get your character up in there and get enough points to put in there to where you could actually at least be useful. So you get your sneaky sneak on or doing whatever you're doing. Then you get in there and you could immediately go and hoard up on a maximum best set of armor, enchanted daggers, or whatever weapon you're using, and all the food, purple food for that level, right? And then once you hit another certain level, you go back and you switch all that shit out, right? Put it back, and then, you know, pick up your next set of gear and your next set of food, and then go out and you just play PvP like that, right? And that's just how we rolled. And it was 3 or 4 of us, and we defended the top of a tower against Red, and Red was being orchestrated by Yellow. They were working together because neither of them could beat us by themselves, and guess what? They couldn't beat us together either. And we owned that server the entire time we were there. We would let them take our scrolls on purpose. Sometimes they didn't even really know what to do, because if you were red or yellow, you just didn't attack each other. You only attacked blue, right? And so they didn't really know what to do, like who should even grab the scroll and shit. And it was hilarious. You'd kind of let them sort of get away, then you'd chase them down and maybe let them get to their gates, and then jack your scroll back and bring it back and make them come try it again. Dude, we toyed with these motherfuckers. That's how bad they were. And so Red attacked this tower. Like 4 of us defended the top of that tower for about an hour. And we wound up with something like tens of thousands of script each. Like my friends in the party, they were like laughing hilarious. It's like, oh my God, we did more in like an hour than I've done all week. And I was like, isn't this amazing? Don't you wish they would just come do this all the time? Feed us kills? We're like sitting there with like a ballista and like, I think another ballista, and our mage just, you know, popping bubbles, right? And we all got all the super buff food. And then you've got this rogue in there just doing like whirlwinds and just drawing health and stamina. And dude, it was disgusting, but it was amazing. It was amazing. And they literally did. They were climbing one staircase and getting wrecked at the top of this tower. They never thought to like go outside and like just break down the tower and us with it. No. They just had to run up into the tower and let us kill them. This was some like what was that movie? World War Z shit. Yeah, you're that guy on the top of the fucking thing with the gasoline and the flamethrower, and the zombies are literally just stacking in front of you. It was literally like that. It was it felt like an hour. I don't remember exactly how long it was, but we wound up with more script than we'd made in a week. It was just ridiculous. And I'm like, oh my God, if we could just do this every day. I think it was that campaign when I actually won the, that's probably one of the better achievements I ever had, because it was literally PvP. It was literally wide open. It was super competitive every day, and everybody was trying to get it, because the longer you went on, the harder and harder it was to actually get that. Kind of like Dragon's Dogma. After about 40 generations, you have to be the lucky one to even get a piece of that fucking dragon, because it takes you 18 fucking trips to even think about breaking down one of its 40 health bars, right? And each health bar just makes it stronger and stronger. So yeah, you know, you get a 50th generation friggin' dragon. Oh my God. I don't care what your party is made of. You're not killing that today or tomorrow or the next day or even next week. You can come back next month and see if maybe it's halfway down by that point. You just hope there's enough online players to be doing damage, but every time somebody dies, the dragon gets twice the health back that it lost during that fight. So if you get a bunch of fucking clowns up in there, they'll just keep the thing topped off while you're fighting it. It's literally gaining health while you're fighting it. So it was kind of hard like that. So that was probably my best achievement ever. Anyway, but that game was just stupid fantastic. Let's see, sell all junk. I think we can sell all this shit. I thought fire arrows worth a little bit more than that. Yeah, so the red was like Nords and Orcs. They were just the Zerg. If there's 1,000 of us and 10 of you, we'll all just resurrect in Sovngarde and come back, and even if it takes 5,000 of us, we'll kill all 10 of you eventually. Don't have to know how to fight, don't even know how to build a character. There's just way too many of us. And that shit was delicious. That shit was actually amazing. But it was definitely like that. So it was like kind of fitting to the Orcs and the Nords as well. Like it kind of fit in a way. But the Altmer, yeah, definitely, like literally their playstyle fit the arrogant, racist, Nazi disposition of that. And ironically, almost all the PC master race who had been playing Elder Scrolls Online and set up all their max level characters with all their max level gear and all their max level food just like we did, they already had that shit in place, 6 months to a year before we even set foot in the game. So, you know, you're at a serious disadvantage for a little while until you figure it out, and then you get stubborn. And what do console players do when they get stubborn? Oh, we don't Zerg. We're going to figure out your weakness, and then we're going to destroy you. And then we're going to destroy you 10 times longer than you destroyed us when you're at your best. Because you're so bad that we have to prove it to you to make you just quit playing video games altogether and go back to sucking your mama's titty. Like, that was literally the attitude. And you get a group of players like that, 2 or 3 of y'all can do amazing things. It was amazing. It really was amazing. So we got a few of those. Figure out what I can get rid of here. I don't need these anymore. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't need these anymore. Some of these out. I was hoping to kind of hit 400 sovereigns, but yeah. Oh well. I really thought fire arrows were worth a little more than this. I think what I'm thinking is Andraste's arrows, because those things I think are worth like 5 or 10 or even more silver a piece. They apparently like have super extra long range. I don't even know if you can even see your enemies where you can shoot them. So we're gonna give that to Alistair. Making sure I don't need anything else. No, I'm taking this. So I'm fixing to give Alistair all kinds of other shit, so. Very good. Didn't get any,
Maker's blessings upon
didn't
you.
get any, daggers with rune slots in them. I mean, Liliana gets them pretty early anyway. But usually I can find like a steel dagger with a rune slot. Then you go get like the cheese knife, Olaf's cheese knife or whatever it's called. And you're doing alright. That's enough to get by. It helps in the circle. I love the music. Anyway, nice reminiscing about the MMOs, but if I could find another one like that just grabs me like that, I could see, like, if it's popular with everybody else. And I played a couple games that weren't really popular with anybody else, and, well, ironically, you guys didn't show up for those streams either, but I mean, whatever, sometimes I gotta scratch an itch. I'll be like, no, I really want to play this, and I'm just gonna play this. I can either play this or I can stream playing it. Either way, I'm gonna play it. And that's it, that's all. Okay, there's been times like that. But if there's like a really super high, like some of these MMOs coming out now play like single player games, even though there's online connectivity, and that shit's hard to put together, but they've gotten better at it over the years. And this is the bad horde.
Defend yourself!
I love how desperate you are. You're pathetic.
I'm pretty sure Liliana's showing off now.
Or did I do really badly back there?
She's just showing off at this point. What do I have him using right now? Oh, that's a good question. Ain't sure where he's at. I think I haven't used that yet. Shield cover. Eventually replace that. This gets Alistair a pretty decent sword. But I found that axe with 2 rune slots in it. Oh, it's going down.
Stop your drooling and save some dignity, fools.
Tear them apart!
Later. Got it. All right.
Be careful! Watch out! You lost our hands.
Berserker's annoying because you keep having to turn that shit back on every time you leave a fight, but I mean the damage bonus is huge for Origins. Usually when it says you get a bonus to this, you get a bonus to that, it's like 2, 3, 5 points, 5% or something. Damage bonus on this, like right now, it's I think it's right around 25% or so.
Need
to ask the
It starts to
question?
diminish later,
Because it
but still.
hurts my manly feelings, you know. Or one of them.
Then I'll be sure.
Let him take notice and shine upon thee, for thou hast done his work this day. And the stars stood still, the winds did quiet, and all animals of earth and air held their breath. All was silent in prayer and thanks.
Yeah, it'd be silver, but you get a really good sword. But I did find him that axe. I mean, the armor penetration is cool. But look at the armor penetration on... Let's see, where's this axe? Still better. And there's a little strength modifier, too. And remember, the strength modifier just increases his strength overall. Like, I believe it even affects attack. Not just damage. So, like, I've got this, right? So you can go check out your stats and see what something's actually doing for you. So just remember, this thing does by itself 9.6 damage. So you got to take like 10 damage off, basically. But then everything after that is the bonus you're getting. That strength modifier is 25. So you're getting a 25% strength bonus just from equipping a hammer. Right? So with the hammer, attack is 84, damage is 42. Without the hammer, still says attack is 84. So apparently it doesn't affect your attack stat, but your damage is now 25. So seeing as your, let's just say 26, seeing as your hammer does about roughly 10 of that, it still puts it at 36. So that extra 6 damage. What percentage of 36 is 6? Like, it's just a little less than 20%. That's a 20% damage modifier. I still think it affects your attack stat, but I mean, it's telling me that I'm wrong. Right? Strength is attack. Not really sure what's up with that. Anyway, I guess that's just a damage stat. Anyway, doesn't really matter. An extra 15 to 20% damage over other weapons that don't give you a strength modifier. Like, I think we can equip this. What's this? A no strength modifier. It says 43. Why did that damage actually go up? From the hammer. That's really weird. The damage is lower. Oh, because it attacks twice as fast. That's why. My bad. Okay, yeah, this isn't really a good example then. And seeing as it literally attacks twice as fast, so I guess that technically means that it really is like even more nerfed because you don't have... Yeah, okay. I guess you'd have to compare... I don't really know how to... Yeah, I don't really know how to describe that. That even says more for the maul. Come to think about it, because your DPS is on par with a single-handed weapon. Even though it's got a much slower attack rate. Because that's why the higher strength modifier, because it's slower. Critical chance kind of sucks. But there is a hammer in the game that has a huge critical chance and extra armor. It's got like, I think it's like 14 or 15 armor penetration. Like, that's worth 70 something points of cunning or some ridiculous shit like that. Yeah, it's crazy. It's got 3 rune slots, plus 75 stamina, and I think just like plus damage, just straight up just plus damage to her, or some ridiculous shit. It's the most amazing weapon in the game. Doesn't matter how fast you swing it, it just kills everything. And I can put a rune slot in this thing too. This will carry me all the way through the circle. Definitely. But yeah, I can. There's no reason to equip this. I'll take the extra rune slot. Damage is the same. Critical chance is actually higher with the war axe, and the armor penetration is higher too. Or, well, essentially the same, slightly higher strength on it. Now, this would be a good example. This is a perfect comparison of the strength modifier. You got 29 with the war axe. 30 with the sword. Damn, still again. So I guess the axe is slower than the sword too? God damn, no shit. I always give him the Vestial, always. And he seems to do fine with it. But I'm wondering if, I mean, the extra rune slot is going to throw the damage up just a little bit. That's actually got, like, a lower strength modifier. It doesn't have one. Strength modifier is just even. I wonder... Oh. The only reason this damage is the same is because it's actually 2 tiers higher. But it's a slower weapon. So yeah, I wonder if the Vestial isn't all that I made it out to be. I'm still going to take the extra rune slot. Like, that's... I don't know, maybe there's a higher chance to stun or some little hidden mechanic in there too. That's possible. Interesting, though. I don't think there's any swords with a strength modifier to where you can compare what it's actually doing for you. Like, you know they're the same speed, same damage, whatever. Doesn't seem to affect the attack stat at all, which is annoying. Let's see.
That's a wonderful thought. I don't know what to say.
A fine gift. You have my thanks.
She likes shit like that.
Is that for me? Really? Wow.
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 Wow. Wow. Dude. Alright, yeah, anyway. I don't know. That was kind of interesting. I didn't realize the axe was considered that much of a slower weapon than the sword. Now, if you take daggers actually give you a strength penalty. I think the dagger is like strength modifier is like 0.8 or 0.85, if I remember right. Yeah, 0.85. So if your strength was 100, it would be considered 85. It would be treated that way. At least as far as your strength damage is concerned. But they attack so much faster that, I mean... Alright, anyway. Does the old school graphics really bother anybody here? Like, honestly, don't pay attention to it 99% of the time. If I do look at it, it's just got that Dragon Age vibe to it. A little washed out. Not necessarily a watercolor washed out, but it's just got its own unique thing. I like it, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'd call it nostalgic, I guess. I don't know.
I'm here.
Yeah, what? I can just hear it. Hey, I'm back. How do I go refill? Because it's that time. I like it. I really do. It's just, it's not high def. It's just good art. It's just, it's its own game world. Like, I mean, that's another thing I'm not a fan of in Inquisition is they made one of the towns look like fucking Riverwood. I will never get that. All right, Darkspawn, then camp, then shopping. Get to go. Then we get to go spend all of our money. All of it. I mean, all of it.
With your foul creatures! Leave us alone!
You cannot win! Sounds better than later.
Come and get it!
Oh man, I missed it. God damn it.
Defend yourself!
She said, Dear Liliana, she said,
Is that what you got?
you got through that without a knockout. I'll take that. She said, Blood Mage.
Mighty timely
not a
arrival there,
blood
my friend.
mage.
I'm much obliged.
Just how obliged?
You want a reward, eh? I suppose that's an entirely reasonable request. How does 100 silver sound? I was going to use that to fix up the cart, but quite frankly, I'll be grateful enough that my son and I come out of this with our heads. Which are unsold, I'm afraid. 100 silver, and my thanks is all I have to offer. The name's Bodon Feddick, merchant and entrepreneur. This here is my son, Sandal. Say hello, my boy.
Hello.
Road's been mighty
Hello.
dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you out here? Perhaps we're going the same way.
How does he introduce himself in Dragon Age 2? Bodan Fedek? I'm trying to think who he sounds like.
Complicated? Somehow I imagine that only says a half of it. Thank you for the offer, but there may be more excitement on your path than is good for my boy and me. Allow me to bid you farewell and good fortune.
Goodbye.
Now then, let's get this mess cleaned up, shall we?
Sister loves dolls and statues. Which are dolls. Just saying. Just throw that
I
out
could
there.
get used to this, you know.
Still didn't get strength upgrade. I think you can get it, but you have to make like certain dialogue options when you're in Ostagar with Alistair. Anything Alistair's involved with, you gotta say specific things. I don't know. I don't have a map for it. I just kind of go with memory. It works in the long run. Doesn't really matter too much, but I guess if you're trying to get like romance things done or certain companion quest things done, I mean, you're pretty much going to get that with Alistair anyway, unless you just intentionally go out of your way to make him an enemy. Downside about making a companion an enemy a complete rival in Origins is there's no bonus for it. Full companionship and full rivalry in Dragon Age 2 lead to like specific major buffs for that character.
Dreams, huh?
Like you can pretty much manipulate them accordingly if you want a specific thing.
Well, it is real, sort of.
Something to
You
think
see,
about.
part of being a Grey
I think the
Warden
most
is being
important one
able to
really in
hear
Dragon
the
Age 2
dark
is Meryl.
That's
And
what your
Varric.
dream was.
Varric and Meryl.
Hearing them. The archdemon, it talks to the Horde.
True.
And we feel it just as they do. That's why
Actually,
we know
Isabella's
this
is pretty cool,
really
too.
Blight.
Isabella's the easiest one to romance, but that makes sense.
I don't know if it's really a dragon, but it sure looks like one. But yes, that's the archdemon.
Obvious one, that.
It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the
Oh, hey,
dreams
Larry.
out.
Man, I just saw that.
Some of the older Grey
I didn't hear
Wardens
it, though.
say they can understand the archdemon
Sorry about that.
a bit,
Hey,
but
thanks
I
for the
sure
sub,
don't.
man.
Anyhow, when I heard you thrashing
Welcome.
around, I thought
Good to
I
have
should
you.
tell you.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
It was
We've been
scary at
chatting.
first for me too.
We've been bullshitting for the last hour, but I literally did not see that. I wonder if it even played. Did it play a little? You said there's like a little thing. I wonder if there was. I wonder if it even. Huh. Well, if anybody else subscribes, remember it's free. Hey, subscribing is free. If anybody else does, I'll try to take note of. I'll turn the volume up here. Take note if it plays. It should play like a little GIF, a little thing. You know, I don't know. More of a Twitch thing, really, I guess. But I don't see anything wrong with doing it on YouTube either.
That's what I'm here for. To deliver unpleasant news and witty one.
No, actually, it might make it
Anyhow,
easier
you're up
to
now,
get
right?
Alistair's
Let's pull up
constitution
camp
up
and get a move on.
here in camp. He probably only needs like just a couple points. Yeah, he gets a +1 there. If I can get probably 2 or 3 more, let's see, where's he at? Yeah, if I can move his approval to that next little notch down there, right under his left foot, right there, I'll probably get. Don't know that I remember all the dialogue. That's one important reason to talk to your companions in camp. At least the ones you know you're going to be using. Like if you're going to be using Morgan hardcore, if you know how to talk to her, you can get her up to like moderate magic, like by the time you get to the circle. Like seriously, she's quick, but you have to have the right stuff and talk to her the right way. Outside of that, you can get her disapproval just as fast.
What do you need? Ask away. Oh, did I say that? I meant that dogs raised me. Giant slobbering dogs from the Anderfells. A whole pack of them, in fact. Well, if you're going to go and pay attention to the facts, then fine. Let's see, how do I explain this? I'm a bastard. And before you make any smart comments, I mean the fatherless kind. My mother was a serving girl in Redcliffe Castle who died when I was very young. Our Lehman wasn't my father, but he took me in anyhow and put a roof over my head. He was good to me, and he didn't have to be. I respect the man, and I don't blame him anymore for sending me off to the Chantry once I was old enough. I know who I was told was my father. He died even before my mother did, anyhow. It isn't important. Our Lehman eventually married a young woman from Orlais, which caused all sorts of problems between him and the king because it was so soon after the war. But he loved her. Anyhow, the new Arlessa resented the rumors which pegged me as his bastard. They weren't true, but of course they existed. The Arl didn't care, but she did. So off I was packed to the nearest monastery at age 10, just as well. The Arlessa made sure the castle wasn't a home to me by that point. She despised me. Maybe. She felt threatened by my presence, I can see that now. I can't say I blame her. She wondered if the rumors were true herself, I bet. I remember I had an amulet with Andraste's holy symbol on it. The only thing I had of my mother's. I was so furious at being sent away, I tore it off and threw it at the wall and it shattered. Stupid, stupid thing to do. The Isle came by the monastery a few times to see how I was, but I was stubborn. I hated it there, and blamed him for everything.
His mother, the elf mage that
and eventually
learned how to reverse being a warden.
Stopped coming. And raised my dogs. Or I may as well have been, the way I acted. But maybe all young bastards act like that. I don't know. All I know is that the Arl is a good man, and well loved by the people. He also was King Kaelin's uncle, so he has a personal motivation to see Loghain pay for what he did. Anyway, that's really all there is to the story.
That's +3 there. I'm almost there. I'm really close. See? Like one more of those.
What do you need? Ask away. Same way you did. You drink some blood, you choke on it, and pass out. You haven't forgotten already, have you?
Blood, choke on it, and pass out. Be an idiot. Oh, I can't help that.
Let's see. I was in the Chantry before. I trained for many years to become a Templar, in fact. That's where I learned most of my skills. That's what I was trained for, though I never got to hunt any actual mages. I ended up joining the Grey Wardens before I took the sacramental vows. It's really for the best. I'm not exactly the Chantry type, if you haven't noticed. I don't think I would have made a very good Templar. The Grand Cleric didn't want to let me go. Duncan was forced to conscript me, actually, and was she ever furious when he did. I thought she was going to have us both arrested. I was lucky. I don't know. Maybe. When he came looking for recruits, I just remember praying fervently to the Maker that he would pick me. I'll always be thankful to Duncan for recruiting me. If it hadn't been for him, you know, I wouldn't have. He was a good man who didn't deserve his fate. That much I'm sure of. Come on, let's go. I think I'm done talking.
Pistols. Oh yeah, we're talking about Sid Vicious. I'm thinking about Snarly Vicious or something. He was the Sex Pistols. How about the Bark Pistols? Oh, actually.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice.
God, it's got to be so close. All right, well, Liliana's kind of the same way. And her cunning is, like, huge.
Yes?
Because it does count towards her lockpicking and, well, pretty much everything else.
Well, here I am.
It's worth talking to him.
I knew this would come up sooner or later. I don't know how to explain, but I had a dream.
I had a dream.
In it,
A
there was
vision.
an impenetrable darkness. It was so dense, so real. And there was a noise, a terrible, ungodly noise. I stood on a peak and watched as the darkness consumed everything. And when the storm swallowed the last of the sun's light, I fell. And the darkness drew me in.
I've got a theory, guys, and if anybody's interested. And if you're not interested, well, I'm going to say it anyway. So, my bad. So, if you're a blood mage, to make sacrifices, you have to sacrifice blood in exchange for power. Something has to be on the other side of that to give you that power. that you're exchanging. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're not necessarily praying to something, you have to have a deal with a demon to grant you power based on the sacrifice you're willing to make. Whether it be your own or an innocent, a child, a virgin, whatever. Something has to be able to provide the power you're seeking based on your willingness to take innocent life and provide that for the pleasure of whatever demonic power that is that's going to give you blood magic. So if Dumont practiced blood magic and sacrificed 1 billion souls, tortured, terrified, terrorized, kidnapped, caged, and murdered 1 million souls to be able to perform a spell or have the power to literally corrupt a breathing heart of pure lyrium, which is a titan, by the way. You see one in the Descent. In Inquisition, the Descent has a lot of lore. It's too bad they'd already pretty much done away with Dragon Age at that point, so it doesn't really matter. But it did have a lot of lore to explain some things. A titan is that beating heart of pure lyrium. It's basically a living thing. Essentially, it's pretty much magic incarnate. That's why when you consume lyrium, use lyrium, it even gives you magical powers, even if you're not a mage. But it also has the power to kill when abused or misused. But, I mean, lots of good things do that, like fire. Fire does all kinds of good things until you abuse it, misuse it, or you're just a friggin' idiot, or some really bad shit goes down, like your house gets on fire while you're asleep and kills you and all your animals and your family. Okay, that's some horrible, terrible stuff like that. That's not your abuse of it, but, I mean, it can have terrible consequences. Okay, fine, but it's also how you cook your food and light your cigarettes and et cetera, you know. And I guess if you want to take a fancier form of that, how you keep the lights on, and then you talk about electricity and all this other stuff, but, you know, you get my drift, right? So, the opposite of that, the opposite of creation, is to take all that and pervert it and corrupt it, and basically what you have is, if like magic is like kind of creation incarnate, then blood magic is death incarnate. It's the destruction of all that. Using it so that you consume it, and it's kind of like fighting fire with fire in an evil way, if you will, and using that and consuming it all to destroy everything that it comes from. So when you corrupt a Titan, and the Darkspawn know how to do this. That's why you see them all fighting against the Lyrium dwarfs in the Descent in Inquisition. They're making their way towards that Titan, right? But I don't think there's any more old gods to corrupt, so I guess they would bring Dumont back again. I think that's what they were gearing towards. The one that's under Orlais. It's probably why Dumont was like so insistent upon destroying Orlais. Especially in Inquisition. Because that Titan was there. I don't know if that's the last Titan. It might be. That might have been the last living Titan in the world. Keeping some sense of sanity or something. I'm not really sure. Whatever. But anyway, if you're going to sacrifice one of these Titans, if you have a blood magic spell or ritual or whatever that requires the murder of, say, 1 million souls in order to perform it, who's going to provide you that power? A blood mage has no need of sacrifice if you have that power within yourself. And actually, you have a demon residing within you if you're possessed, if you're a blood mage. The demon actually resides within you, and that's where your power draws from. But it's still the deal with the demon. That's where your power draws from. It's not yours. You're getting it from somewhere. And you're doing really bad shit so that you can make powerful shit happen, so that you can do even more bad shit faster to more people. That's pretty much what blood mages are. Let's just be honest. They're like terrorists. So what provides that power? What would have provided that power to Dumont? And I think you get that answer when you play Inquisition, when you go into the Abyss. Flemeth actually refers you to to Into the Abyss. She says, when you're about to plummet into the abyss, don't be afraid to leap. In other words, do it willingly, do it aggressively. Like that's where the answer lies, type of thing, right? She tells you that as Hawk in the very beginning of Dragon Age 2. Well, when you go into the abyss, what do you come up against at the very end of it? And it's this behemoth. It's a gargantuan. It's like no other demon you've ever even seen. I mean, you can kick Griffius's ass, and he's just a little taller than you are. But we're talking a demon of size and proportion and destruction that's like as big as the world itself. And apparently, it's called the Fear Demon, whatever. But it's not like there's not even a category for it. I'm guessing that's where you would draw the death magic necessary to destroy life incarnate. And I think there was a message there, but we'll never get it. But that was my theory. Like, Dumont had to be praying to something, or had to have a deal with something, or had to be drawing his power from somewhere. And Fear, like, hell, everybody's afraid of something every day. Everybody is, right? Slamming on your brakes because somebody's crossing the street in front of you on their fucking cell phone, and they're, the heartbeat. Oh my God, I just almost ran over somebody. There's fear in almost everything every day. And the worse the world gets, the more fear there is all the time. You could say the world is in almost a constant state of fear at that point. So if that fear is actually feeding something, like this is kind of, I think, the message they were trying to get to, but they just never got there. It's been being fed from the beginning. And all those souls right before their moment of death, that's about as afraid as you can get. When you know you're getting thrown into the Iron Maiden to have all your blood bled from your body to just be just another sacrifice towards some evil wannabe god's hopes of, I don't know, conquering the world and destroying everything so he can conquer it, so that there's nobody left to admire his greatness while he sits on his fucking throne of ashes on a world that's completely destroyed. But evil people don't think that far. They just want to kill the next guy, and then we'll just deal with the rest after that. So anyway, that was my theory, is who the fuck was Demont making a deal with? What demon was more powerful than that? I think you see it in Into the Abyss. It's an actual quest towards the end of the game in Inquisition, and I think that has a lot of lore there too, based on the direction they were going. I don't think we'll ever know. You'd have to get a private 1v1, one-on-one with one of the developers, or maybe with one of the Weeks, like Karen or Patrick Weeks, and just talk to them and say, hey, be candid, I promise not to tell anybody. And if they were candid with you, maybe they would tell you exactly where that was supposed to be going. Failguard has nothing to do with any of it. So, I mean, don't even go looking there, but anyway.
When I woke, I went to the Chantry's gardens, as I always do. But that day, the rose bush in the corner had flowered. Everyone knew that bush was dead. It was grey and twisted and gnarled, the ugliest thing you ever saw. But there it was, a single beautiful rose. It was as though the Maker stretched out his hand to say, even in the midst of this darkness, there is hope and beauty. Have faith. In my dream, I fell, or maybe I jumped. I'd do anything to stop the blight. I know that we can do it. There are so many good things in the Maker's world. How can I sit by while the blight devours everything? That is why you're a Grey Warden. Come, there's a blight to stop.
Some of these conversations are actually
Yes?
really well done. Not gonna lie. You don't really find this in a lot of other games. So, and like this was before most of those other games. Why didn't they do this? Can you imagine if we actually had Origins in Dragon Age 2? They call it rushed, and okay, yeah, it definitely had a limited time. I mean, that game was, from start to finish, was made in less than a year. Still one of my favorite RPGs games of all time. Hands down. It's just so fantastic on so many levels. It's just, yeah. Inquisition, on the other hand, had 100 times the budget and 10,000 times the time to make it, and wound up 1,000 times worse. Whatever. There's just this. It's just a thing. It's just it's a vibe. Just not only the music, not only the dialogue, not only the whatever. Just how it plays out, and I don't know. I mean, the writing is, well, it's kind of unique. Like it's kind of a fundamental part of it, getting to know your teammates instead of just building a party with random NPC that who gives a fuck what their name is because you don't ever even get to talk to them. You know what I'm saying? Like this is it's a thing. This is pretty much reserved in some context to action games where you meet up with party members or people relevant to the story and you can talk to them and get to know their backstory a little bit. Like, I hate to give Fallout 4 any credit for anything, but it kind of did this. It literally gave you an opportunity to kind of learn your companions, and they were definitely sucking by. They were definitely flagrantly stealing from BioWare in that dynamic, which I wasn't trying to play Dragon Out or Fall Age. I wasn't trying to play that, which just makes the game even worse somehow. Even though they didn't do the worst job of it, like Nick Valentine has one of the coolest backstories, I think, of any character in any game ever. In one of the worst games ever made. Go figure. You know, whatever, okay, but still flagrantly copying, and I guess they accidentally got something right. Doesn't make up for any of the rest of the whole, but it is what it is. What was I going to say? Anyway, shit, I went from one point to another. Now I completely forgot. Whatever. Anyway, definitely completely unique.
Well, here I am.
And even if other games try to do it, this one kind of got it right. I mean, really, they kind of went extra on that in Inquisition, if you think about it. Kind of went a little extra on it to make up for their lack of content anywhere else. Even though the game was 10 times bigger, it was really almost 5 times smaller than Origins or Dragon Age 2. It really was. 10 times bigger, but 5 times smaller. Imagine that. Whole lot less to do, and a whole lot less reason to do any of it. But the characters were fleshed out. Definitely. Cassandra, Dorian, Sarah. The lamest one was Blackwall, but it was lame on purpose. So, even that's kind of genius. I'm not gonna lie, that is the one thing they got right there. It really kind of is. And Mass Effect Andromeda kind of got that right, too. The characters of Mass Effect Andromeda. Although I'd say there's as many Blackwalls as there is interesting characters in Andromeda. A lot of them are complete flops and failures and just completely irrelevant. They're an excuse for extra content. They don't actually really have any personality or character that's meaningful, but whatever. If you want to get some fringe porn in with an alien, I guess that's the place to do it. If that's worth something to you. Kind of gets away from the whole point, but whatever.
Quiet. It was a life suited for contemplation. In the cloister, away from the fuss and the flurry of the cities, I found peace. And in that stillness, I could hear the Maker. But it was not perfect. Some of my chantry fellows were condescending. That is the nature of religious folk, I suppose.
it had something to it. I mean, like I said, lame on purpose, which was kind of genius in and of itself. You know, that really bland, like, no taste communion wafer type of character that's too good to be true, but you're not good. So you're just too boring to care if you're too good to be true because, yeah, just fuck off, dude. Like, I mean, that's just the whole thing I ever got. But I mean, like, that was a well-written character because there's people that are like that. You know, just posers, whatever. I think you would just call them posers. Like, in the purest form, posers. And then just kind of characterize the way a poser would be. Just trying to find some self-importance in a world where they just don't make a difference. They want to be a celebrity and, well, you're just not born to be a celebrity. And if you're not born to be a celebrity, you never will be one. You can't make yourself one. The world accepts its own, the way they were born and who they are, and everybody else can just worship. That's just how that system is set up. So Blackwell's caught in the middle of that, trying to make something of himself where he's not. And that just becomes just a complete fake, really. Although I think his intentions are kind of real. Just kind of a lost person, you know, kind of like that guy out in his backyard with a wooden sword, wishing he was a knight because he would be honorable if he was a knight too, but nobody's knighting him, so he's just kind of lost. It's sad, but I mean, it's kind of real. You know, like I can respect the writing. I get it. I just can't stand the character because, well, he's annoying. So, you know, I don't even like the way he talks, and I can't stand his fucking mustache and beard. Mainly out of jealousy because I can't grow one. I'm just being transparent now. I'm just being real. I admit it. That is true. That is true. I mean, you got to respect it where even if he's trying to grasp a courage based on an idol that he is not, you know, like a legacy of the wardens, this is what a warden would do, so I'm just going to try to do that. Well, that usually results in a lot of face plants, but at least you're willing to just, I mean, he's not a pussy. I'll give him that. He's definitely not a coward. I mean, he trained under a chevalier, right? So, I mean, there was that. Okay, cool. But, I just never found a single interesting thing to say to him. Like, if I had to do something, like, character quest build related, even just talking to him, I always found it annoying. But if somebody can annoy you that much, then that's probably a good written character. Like, one of the best written characters I can think of in any game ever, best written in terms of the depth of psychology, is so thorough that, like, the deeper you go, you keep finding more and more shit to hate, is Anders. Best written character I think I've ever seen. Most thoroughly, completely pharmaceutical grade, 100% evil from top to bottom with no good thing. Everything has an angle. Everything has a bent. Everything's meant to seduce, pervert, corrupt, rape, terrorize, kill, murder, lie, deceive. There is no angle Anders comes from that has any good at all, period. Like, there's nothing. Nothing comes out of that thing's mouth without an agenda bent towards destroying, corrupting, manipulating, perverting, seducing, raping. It's the listener, the victim. There's not a single fucking thing. There's no good thing there. That's not a judgment. That's just a scientific fucking put them under a fucking slide glass and a microscope and you'll see, damn, there's no good thing here. Yeah, just like I said. Not judging, just stating a fact. Best written character I think ever. And it's so thoroughly evil, I have to, like, question. I have to like, okay, whoever wrote this character, if they get within 100 yards of my house, if I don't have a gun, I'm gonna make sure somebody has a gun to shoot them. Yeah, don't even speak to me because your words literally are death. You know, I'm like that type of shit, right? Yeah, you're trespassing because you exist. That type of evil. I'm exaggerating here, but I think you get the point. That's really, really good writing. So I don't have to like the character. I can hate the character with every cell of my fucking body. But gotta respect the writing, because, I mean, how do you create something that's that anathema, that literally goes to the core of, like, everything that you despise? That's pretty... Blackwall isn't that. I just think he's sad and boring, personally. I wouldn't be friends with Blackwall, but if I heard about his exploits, I'd be like, okay, that's pretty cool. Lots of people die in the army. You're just one of them. You just thought you were a fucking general when you were a private. Okay, fine. And, you know, I respect your service, I guess. Don't really care. I mean, I care while I don't care. That's pretty much all I would say to that. You'll laugh at a bar? Oh, no, he'd probably beat your ass. He probably totally would. But you're probably not going to go out of your way to go talk to him or ask him to shoot a game of pool either. I don't know. You might pity him a little bit and buy him a beer, though. I can see that. Cool.
When I talked about my beliefs, that the Maker reveals himself in the beauty of his world, they treated me with disdain. They want to believe that he's gone, so that when he turns his gaze on them, it means they are special, chosen. He cannot possibly have love for all, the sick and the weary, the beggars and the fools. Thank you. Maybe I am wrong. But it is the Maker's place to decide if I am worthy, not men, not the Chantry. But there is work to be done, and I have talked enough for now. Yes? Well, here I am. What is meant by someone like me? And there were no beautiful, charming women in the cloisters, you think?
This really is.
You would be
or
wrong.
at least one of them.
There were many lovely young initiates in the Lothering cloister, all of them chaste and virtuous. It added to their mystique, because then they were forbidden, and forbidden fruit is the sweeter, no?
What about your fruit? Is it forbidden?
My fruit? I can't believe I'm having this conversation. But no, I did not take vows. The Chantry provides succor and safe harbor to all who seek it. I chose to stay and become affirmed. I was a traveling minstrel in Orlais. Tales and songs were my life. I performed, and they rewarded me with applause and coin. And my skill in battle? Well, you pick up different skills when you travel, yes? Yes, of course. Let's move on.
Okay, well, I still didn't get that, but I'll get it sometime in the tower. And that's a nice little cunning buff for Liliana if you wanted to pick all your friggin' locks in the tower. She should probably get basically nothing but cunning from... Let's see, hold on, where's she at? Let's see. What's her cunning right now? 19? Artificially 19? I think it needs to be pushing the 30 range. Let's see. Yeah, get her one more. That I think that's worth at least 10 cunning by picking that. She's not at 18 yet, but she will be. Hey, what's up, Dylan? What's going on, man? Good morning or afternoon, or but I guess it's morning. Yeah, it's morning, right? Still morning? Barely, almost noon, ish. Okay. I'm trying to figure out who I'm going to give the tomes to. The physical tomes. I'm kind of thinking like I'm not going to take any of them, to be honest. If I took both of them, I think there's one that only I can use anyway. It's like in Orzammar or something. So I'm the only one that can have it regardless, I think. Anyway, it's only 2 attribute points. Like, that's not even a point of damage. I mean, every point kind of counts. You can consider like a point of damage in this game, like 100 or 1,000 points of damage in another game, based on what big numbers, you know, fluffy numbers they like to put up. This game kind of keeps it pretty simple, kind of like Oblivion. Oblivion kept it really simple. You know, it was 1, 2, 4, 8, maybe 12, 16 divided by 4 maybe, so it was still 4. You know, it's like super, super simple, and the armor was just like that. If an enemy hit you for 100 physical in Oblivion and you had an 85 armor rating, that enemy hit you for 15. It was just that simple. Like, it was just that cut and dry. So, yeah. Oh, I definitely have to do this. We're probably going to do this as early as possible. Probably.
The name is Levi Dryden. Did Duncan ever mention me? Levy of the coins? Levy
Probably
the
be
trader?
after Redcliffe. We'll do the circle, we'll do Redcliffe, then we'll probably do this. That's what I'm guessing.
Really? He never told you of old Levy? We've known each other for years. But here I am carrying on while you have a blight to stop. Don't want to waste your time. But you see, Duncan promised that together we'd look into something important for the Wardens. And for me. But poor Duncan's... well, no more. A tragedy it is, at that.
Wait,
well, I know he would want his work carried on.
Once you finish the Warden's Keep, doesn't this dude become a merchant up there? And has like a blacksmith with him too, or some shit like that? Seems like I remember something like that.
My family, well, past a bit checkered to see.
I've literally only done it twice, and the second time I did it with a two-hander because
my great-great-grandmother, Sophia Dryden, was the last warden commander of Ferelden back when the wardens were known as
and it's friggin' amazing.
So King Arlen banished the wardens, and he took House Dryden's land and titles. Hard to say. After King Arlen died, there was a civil war, loads worse than this one, and our family was on the run, hunted by enemies
like
with nary
you could do something with like the
but Drydens are tough.
The meteorite, or
became merchants.
You know, from the Superman baby meteor. You know what I'm talking about? I think it's called meteorite ore. I think. Well, I don't have it yet on this character, but
I asked for the truth. My family reveres Sophia Dryden. We know she died at the old Grey Warden base, Soldier's Peak. We want evidence to clear her name. It won't restore our land or our titles, but it'll restore our honor.
I think Sophia Dryden did what so many Warden commanders did, was turn to blood magic, and it turned to shit. It bit her in the ass, along with everybody else, and destroyed everything that it touched. Because that's how it worked. It's a lot like Woke. Just saying.
Well, no one's been to Soldier's Peak since Arlen's days. At least none that's come back. I spent years mapping the maze of tunnels to the peak, and I found the way a few years back. So I went to Duncan, I did, and I said that he could reclaim the old base and my family could have its honor. I can pick my way through the tunnels at the base of Soldier's Peak, but the place, well, they say it's haunted, and it'll be dangerous for certain. Will you think on it, at least? 1,000 blessings upon you, Warden. I'll mark down the location on your map. When you arrive, we'll pick our way through the tunnels together.
Death root for anything, do I? I got 10 of those.
Ah, it's good to see you, my timely rescuer. Bodon Fennick, at your service. Once again,
Bodon
I saw
Fennick.
your camp and remember the kind offer that you made the last time we met.
Bodon
And is there anywhere safer for a poor
Fennick.
merchant and his son to sleep? I think not. I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence. How does that sound? Good?
Okay.
Yes?
So instead of charging you double for everything, he only charges you 150%. Only a 50% markup instead of a 100% markup. That's his fine discount. But he has the good shit nobody else does, so you just have to deal with it. Kind of like having to have Anders in your party for haste. Other than that, you would just execute that thing as, well, just on site, really.
Wonderful. Thank the kind lady, won't you, boy?
Thank you, kind lady.
We won't be a bother to you and your companions, I assure you. If you should need enchantments, simply talk to my boy. Otherwise, come speak with me.
I mean, a slight markup, but you got your own personal enchanter who just realizes that this is the fate of mankind, is being here in the Warden's camp and helping you do shit. Gotta be down with that. Alright, well.
You and your friends are formidable folk, indeed. It's good to have you along on the road. I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Yeah, see, I'll buy all this, but the only one that needs this is Alistair. Now that +2 strength, critical chance, backstab damage, don't really know what that's going to do for you. The extra nature damage doesn't work on roughly half the enemies, if maybe more than half the enemies in the game. But it does have solid base damage, and the armor penetration is pretty cool for a single-handed weapon. So, yeah. And the extra +2 strength, that works. But we don't need any of this right now. Now this stuff, that's a different story. We can get these for Liliana right now. They're not expensive. That extra little bit of, she should be doing a lot of that. Now here's the choice. We can wait till we get Win, finish the entire circle, and come back, and then buy them the second time around. But I think I might want one of these for Morrigan later. And you can only buy 2. Whatever you buy here, make sure you buy everything you want the first time through, because it's only going to restock once. Period. End of conversation. So, dodge attacks, 2 decks. That's great for Liliana. Not the best boots, but they work. This is good for Morgan much, much later. Don't need that. And we're not running with Puppy Bro on this one. You got to buy the first spell word because you need one for someone else. In this case, I'm probably taking it, to be honest. And I want this. That is fantastic. And you can get a second one too, so that is like extra fantastic. Hailstone is yeah, honestly, if you're gonna make, there's really no point. I mean, honestly, well, I mean, you could give that to Win if you give her, but you're not going to give it to Morgan. If you're going to use Morgan at any point in the game, you're going to make her a blood mage, which means she's going to have the Ring of Life, Life Giver Ring, which we're giving to Alistair in this build, so it's really irrelevant. I mean, you could give this to Morgan just for, you could spend a Sovereign on Morgan for the next, to have like maybe 1 extra point of damage on every 3rd cast. I don't really see any point in doing that. Yeah, we're not building into that on this. Now you got to have both of these, because you want to be able to buy those twice. All right, So gotta have this. And you want at least your Grandmaster rune. I don't care about slow runes, but you definitely want your... Now see, all three of these are fantastic. Only going to be really needing 12 total decent runes in the game. Probably at least want the Master there. We spent a lot of money already. Should probably buy this too. Buy that too. Alright. Sold all that shit. Now this. You need one of these for every normal average thing you're going to use. So we need at least 3 stacks. I want to make 2 stacks of health potions, and I want to make 1 stack of lyrium potions for Wynn, so that she can do her thing. And there's cheaper, I think you can get distillation agents for like 15 silver, which would be literally like, instead of 1782, it'd be like 1485, whatever. Not really that worried about it. So got those. I got a few extras. That was almost a sovereign right there. That's crazy. How many flasks do I have? Let's see, 99, 99. It's 1937, 18. So I got 3 sets plus an extra 18. These are good. But like I said, if you're going to run Morgan as a Blood Mage, you don't even get to use her as a Blood Mage until you're like level 17 or 18. Really at the earliest. She can't even get the Blood Magic tree until she's level 14. You need at least 3 points in that, 14, 15, 16. Assuming you're not putting points in anything else, so yeah. She's the only one you really need anything like that for. So yeah, that would just be much, much later in the game. Don't really care. Nothing else we need here. That's nice, but I think you can get one of these for free. Wynn could use it, but you might wind up giving Wynn something else. So. Alright, so nothing else I need this trip. I bought all the runes I need. 141 gold sounds like a lot. It's really not. Still got to go get got to get 6 stacks of elf root. We got to get 2 stacks of lyrium dust. There's another mage skill tome at the circle tower. And if somehow we still had money left over, we could return to camp and buy that other mage skill tome so that Wynn would have 3 when we get to the circle tower. Because we want her to have haste. But we really want her to have mana clash too. Maybe kind of work our way towards both. Once you get those, we can talk about the rest of it. That's like most important. Those 2. Probably equally work towards both. Selfishly, you want haste by the time you get to the top of the tower. It's theoretically possible. Not that big of an issue. We'll take a look at what we want to go for first. Okay, so some of this stuff. See, none of this is, I don't think any of this is for me. Except maybe, now this is, she's going to be with us the whole time. Maybe dropping back and getting another one of these and like letting myself wear it, or Alistair, or whatever. Doesn't really matter. But that's, I'm pretty sure this works the same way that the Codex one does. It gives you 50% more XP when you read a Codex, right? So I believe this gives you 50% more money when money gets dropped. So if it's like 2 silver, now it's 3. If it's like 50 silver, now it's 75. Now, if you get 2 people wearing these, as far as I can tell, they stack. So now you're talking double money when it's dropped. I don't know. You get into a situation where sovereigns get dropped, you know, like, I don't know, from like a little dragon or some shit like that. Yeah, you might actually double that shit. Good early on. Once you get unlimited money, you can replace this shit with anything. Doesn't really matter. I'm not really sure what to do with the spell ward. The willpower is good for us. Spell resistance is good for us. But it's also amazing for Alistair if he's tanking. But in the circle, remember, you can give it to Alistair until you get into the room where you get sent to the Fade. Probably be a good idea to take it off of Alistair and give it to yourself. Or just, I could just wear it for myself and just do whatever. And I don't know. I'm going to give it to Alistair for right now. This is going to go to Win. These go to Win.
Oh, how dear of you.
Still didn't do it.
Hello.
The boy's a bit simple,
Hello.
but he's rather good with enchantments. One of those tranquil fellas actually called him a... what was it now? A savant. I had no idea such a thing existed.
Enchantment.
Yay! Alright, yeah. Take that. Thanks. Oh, I love that.
If there's anything I can do for you, please tell me.
Because I am making a killing off of you. Let's just go ahead and say the rest. If there's anything I can do because I'm making a killing off of you, I mean, please tell me, good customer.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Nice. I still got 141. I think that's not too bad. We might actually make a trip back here and pick up that magic tome and give that to Win. She's going to be our primary mage, our only mage, really. I mean, we'll cruise with Morgan now because we kind of have to, but
indeed.
Yes.
Oh. Alright, so now we're here. Well, we definitely want to go here. I gotta pee. I'm back. P for the D. Bing. No shishing. Alright.
Stop right there, outsider. The Dalish have camped in this spot. I suggest you go elsewhere, and quickly.
Or I kill all the elves? Okay, no, no. Just the blood mage elf who's been leading his people here to die on purpose year after year for like a couple centuries now. Yeah, that's pretty sus. These elves, well, they're just, well, I mean, if they've been living with a blood mage for a long time. Do you understand what a blood mage does to other people around them? It's mind domination. This becomes like a cult. This isn't a whole lot different than what you have up there on in Haven in Dragon Age Origins. It's not a lot different. Just think about it. If you got a blood mage is going to dominate everything around them. It's going to put man in service to itself. Instead of magic serves man, blood magic does the opposite. It turns men into slaves. So all these people are going to blindly follow a blood mage no matter what that blood mage tells them, because they're not thinking for themselves anymore. They can't, just being in proximity. Like, they even showed, if you read the codices, I think it's the... Oh, it's in Kirkwall. You can read certain codices in each act, and there's like 8, 9, 10, 12 of them, something. Anyway, it's like the something of the three or something. Anyway, it talks about people in Kirkwall, but people basically in the free marches in general, the closer they are to the proximity of Corypheus's prison, the crazier they get. The murder rate goes up like 10,000%. The rape, the aggravated robbery, aggravated assault, you know, manslaughter, attempted homicide, you know, all the really, really nasty shit. The drug and the FARTA activity go up like 100,000%. Like it's all just bad. And the people think they're just, well, you know, this is just how it is. No, actually, the closer you are to Corypheus, the more batshit crazy everybody gets. It's called influence. Blood magic just radiates that. Those are actual codexes. They're really worth reading in Dragon Age 2 if you wanted to understand how blood magic incarnate. Because remember, Corypheus is partly made of red lyrium. So just put that in your... Don't put any red lyrium in your pipe and smoke it, but put that in your pipe and smoke it for a second, and then really think about it. Dude, the lore gets pretty fucking deep. It's amazing in a lot of ways. Too bad they just forfeited it and just said, well, this is the best thing ever made, so we're just gonna take a fucking tranny piss on it. That's a Bud Light reference. Tranny piss. The dude in a dress that took over Dragon Age and destroyed it. Guy that almost single-handedly destroyed Anheuser-Busch, that called itself not a guy. Yeah, a lot of confusion, a lot of like obvious insanity there. It's a mental illness. If you don't see that, well, you got 100 genders. You got 2 genders and 98 mental illnesses. Probably even more than that, because the mental ill people just keep coming up with new shit that no sane person cares about. And if you're going to try to make us care and even make it criminal to fucking call you out for being mentally ill, well, guess what? You're fucking mentally ill. Have you seen this chemical thing that they're doing? That a dude can breastfeed a baby to role play using an infant, a real live human infant, an underage child that doesn't even know, it's not even aware yet. But some pervert using chemicals can suckle an actual living baby to its titties to get corrupt fucking chemical man milk to the baby so it could pretend to breastfeed and role play at the expense of a fucking infant. Y'all see this as a thing? They actually came up with this shit. Okay. That's child molestation. And child molesters, according to the scripture, are supposed to be executed by the law. The judges need to start doing their job and executing these fucking freaks, these furry fucks, and these dudes thinking they have woe man nipples or something. No, man. And the doctors were even willing to come up with this shit? Well, they create new cancers at the expense of cancer research. They create new cancers with cancer research money and then pocket the rest to come up with new cancers to keep the hospital beds full. They need to be executed for that anyway. So might as well execute them for that just as an extra measure. In case you can't get them on the first one, get them on the second one. Because that's punishable by death. That has no place in a sane, real world with men, women, and children trying to live even a remotely reasonable existence. No, man. No, that's some sick ass fucking shit. It's sick. It's just sick. I mean, mental illness to the point of dangerous. You're child molesting infants. I mean, I just pray to God these infants that have to take the fucking biological man milk from a man nipple pretending to be a woman. I just pray that child is not aware of its surroundings at all ever until it's relieved by child protection services from that fucking freak ass fuck, and then that motherfucker is beaten to death on the street on the way to the police car. by some unknown assailant. That's what needs to happen. Those motherfuckers are too fucking sick for the universe. I'll bet you even Satan is going, damn. I mean, I did a bunch of shit in the garden with Adam and Eve, and if you want to know what that was, just go look at some fringe porn, but man, that's really sick. Oh, he's just laughing with glee. Rainbow flag. Sick. Death. That's death. Satan is death. That's death. Facts. Anyway, let's, I don't take kindly to threats.
I'm not threatening you. I'm warning you. We have always defended ourselves when necessary.
Oh, okay, since you put it that way, go ahead and crab walk a little bit. I do a little flexing, you do a little backing up. Okay, now maybe we can talk. Anyway, I don't mean you harm.
Sometimes harm comes to those with the best of intentions. Outsiders are like that, it seems.
Oh my god, oh, so
I
you're
will repeat
racist.
myself
Oh.
one last time.
Oh, you're the racist.
Go back the way you came.
We're
and
all the
do
racists
so
while
quickly.
you're being racist. Oh, imagine that. That sounds pretty familiar. You're gonna go ahead and throw the, you're an outsider, / you're not our color, you're not our kind, so you're evil no matter what you say or do. Because you're the racist. Wait a minute. A, I approached you. B, you're fucking threatening me. C, I'm just trying to reason with you. D, you're being unreasonable. Because of the color of my skin or my nationality or whatever. Who's the racist here? Oh, I'm the white guy and you're anybody else? Oh. Okay. Oh, that's what it is? Oh, that's pretty much everything now, right? That's the way the world has been brainwashed to just believe across the board? Except people that actually have common sense?
I find that hard to believe. What business could we Dalish possibly have with a group like yours?
A group like yours. If anybody says that to a white person, you're supposed to cower down and beg for forgiveness from somebody who is not worth even talking to. Yeah. They get to pontificate and just say a group like yours, meaning some white hoes or snow bunnies, which is worse than the N-word. It's meant with twice as much disdain, -1 billion respect, with some self-entitlement and empowerment that they accuse you of while they say it. But you're the white boy, which is the N-word, reversed ×2, or snow bunny, which is you're only worth pimping so I can sex slave you to people while I get my drug profits. That's what that shit means. If you don't understand that's what that means, well, then you're not in touch with the real world. So there you go. But here, it's okay to say that to me because you're oppressed with your fucking brand new iPhone that I can't afford. I'm behind on my rent. And your fucking BMW goddamn SUV with your 3 kids while you have your EBT benefits and all your food is free. And you cried really, really loudly when that was shut off for like 30 minutes. But now you're okay. Now you're not gonna just rob all the people that aren't like yourself in the fucking parking lots for all their shit because they can't do anything about it. Because if you go to jail, you're gonna get out the same day because your liberal fucking governors and mayors are gonna say so. Am I pretty much hitting all those nails on the head? Let's just kind of be real about it. See double standard, insanity, confusion, hypocrisy, evil in every sense of that? Even if you're not a white boy, which is the equivalent of the N-word. If N-word wasn't flagged, I would say it 1,000 times right now. Because you say it to each other, but it's cool. Just as a flex to anybody else, so that you can just fucking go the fuck off and act like a fucking savage. Because they say what you say 1,000 times in every single fucking rap song. Really? Well, that's gonna change. That is actually going to change, so... Anyway, let's go on.
How do I know you're telling the truth?
Points being made. Parallels with the real world in a fucking RPG written over 15 years ago. Pretty cool, right?
No, that's true. Perhaps I shall let the Keeper decide for himself. In the camp, I suggest you keep your hands to yourself, and remember that our arrows are still trained on you. Follow me.
I kill you, bitch. I kill you, hoe, just because I feel like it.
I see.
That's exactly what she just said.
Who are these strangers, Mithra?
When you're just trying to do normal people, like human things, people things, and you can't even go about your business on the city street because you could just get killed at a moment's notice on a flex because, I don't know, rap tells you to.
Mithra. You may return to your post.
I guess.
Manuvinen, Keeper.
Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zathrian, the keeper of this clan.
Break down a fucking
its guide
entire
and preserver of our ancient
culture
lore.
in a fucking
and you are
a minute and a half on a stream playing fucking Dragon Age. Isn't that sad? I hate this dude. This is a blood mage. This thing has been guiding his people here to sacrifice his people in a deal with some demon. Although it's bound to some spirit of the forest, the deal is with a demon because it's a blood mage. And it has to sacrifice a certain number of its clan members to the very binding that it has to the spirit of the forces of the forest. So they go off to procreate and create some new hunters and women, wives, and then they send them into the forest to go be turned into more werewolves so that the curse just basically afflicts itself. That's what they've been doing for as long as Zathrian has been around. Some of these werewolves, I don't know how old they are, but I think there might be a couple werewolves in this group that were actually around when the first shit happened. Not really sure about that, but I just kill them off anyway, even after I cure them, and then they're like, now what's up? Oh, I'm gonna destroy all of you because you're still half corrupt. All your eyes are glowing like fucking demons and shit. All of y'all are dead. You've been raping and murdering and doing all this shit. You're corrupt enough where, I mean, sorry, man, even if your intentions are good, you're still a savage. All the werewolves, they're still savages. Destroy them. Then innocent people don't have to die anymore and turn into fucking more werewolves or whatever. Or they just go out and repeat the same crime again just because they don't know anything else. Well, that's not our fault, but if they're dead, we don't have to die. And we're innocent and they're guilty. So that's a pretty clear cut and dry law right there, right? They're guilty, we're innocent. They die, we don't die because they don't murder us. Sounds pretty fair to me. I'm down with that. If you're not down with that, then you're just a bad person.
If you came to bring news of the Blight in the south, it is not needed.
True story.
I had already sensed its corruption. I would have taken the clan north by now, had we the ability to move. Sadly, as you can see, we do not.
Yeah,
you have the ability to move.
Your own troubles.
Why can't he move?
I imagine you are here regarding the
because he brought his people here
ago.
To sacrifice them to his own creation,
we may not be
which
able
is
to live
some
up to
sick
the
blood
promise
magic
we made.
shit.
This will require some explanation.
Yeah, I gotta try to make this look like something that it's not. Hold on, I'm a blood mage. I gotta like twist this and not tell you that I'm the cause of this in the first place. That's exactly what this motherfucker is doing here.
The clan came
Sounds
to the
like
Brazilian
MSNBC,
forest
doesn't
1
it?
month ago, as is our custom when we enter this part of Ferelden. We are always
The
wary of
BBC.
dangers in the forest.
Kind of sounds like that, doesn't
but
it?
We did not expect the werewolves would be lying in wait for us.
You didn't expect the werewolves would be lying in wait for you this time, like they have every other time that you've been here over the last, I don't know, century and a half, 2 centuries? I'm not even sure the timeline of how long this thing has been unnaturally alive, because if it's
the Blight's evil
bind
must be stopped. But
with the
we are
fucking
in no
spirit of the
position to
forest here.
uphold our obligations.
This thing started this shit.
I am truly sorry.
It can only stay alive as long as this shit is going on, but it feels drawn to bring his people back here every generation so that they can be fucking murdered and turned into werewolves and feed the curse that he created. That's the deal. Did he tell you any of that? No, he didn't. Dude, you were talking, he was talking. He didn't say anything. He's throwing up fucking whitewash to make his fucking tomb, his sepulcher, look like just another city wall. No, it's a fucking grave. It smells like death. If you sniff it long enough, you'll probably catch some fucking bacteria that will rot your brain and kill you on the spot. That's what this thing is. A whitewashed tomb. Death. But it made up a fancy story so that you would sympathize with the devil. Sympathy for the devil. The Rolling Stones wrote an amazing song about that because that's probably what they were. But, god damn it, it reveals it if you look at it. Sympathy for the devil. That's what he's trying to inspire in you. Sympathy for the devil. This is the devil incarnate. It's a fucking blood mage. They can't tell you the truth. They can't ever reveal anything that's good. They can only lead you down a path that promotes more death. That's all they can do. They're not allowed to do anything else. They're possessed at that point. If they're a blood mage, they're possessed. That's it. Like Anders. Period. End of conversation. Well, if you color it a certain way, you can make it look like something else. That's pretty woke, trying to make a Democrat look like a Republican. Sorry, man. They're just death. Always have been, always will be. That's the history of Dragon Age. Nothing ever changed. That's it, that's all. If it's bad, it's bad. Try to make it look good, then it's a lot of fucking frosting and sprinkles on a log of dog shit. It's still bad. You probably should not eat that. Especially if the dog just ate a carcass infected with AIDS. You should probably not eat their dog shit. No matter how much it's sprinkled and covered with sugar and cooked like pork to make it somehow with spices and everything else to smell good. Even though pork, when you cook it, actually smells like hot piss in a fucking Exxon bathroom. Because actually hot piss in an Exxon bathroom licked from the toilet is actually cleaner than pork. Just something to think about. Anyway.
Not enough to make a difference.
I'm done talking with this thing. There's actually no point. You can't get any information from something that cannot tell you the truth. It cannot tell the truth. It's like a woke person. It cannot understand, accept, and regurgitate the truth. It has to be possessed. It has to be Satan incarnate. It has to be in everything it says and does. It has to be. It can't help it. A possessed person, a woke person in the real world, a blood mage in Dragon Age. The exact same thing. They can't tell the truth because A, they don't have any, and if you do tell them the truth, they can't accept it, and they start frothing at the mouth and screaming at the top of their lungs for no fucking reason with their bald head that if they had hair it'd be purple or maybe green or both. And yeah, they can't get a man or a woman, but they don't know if they're a man or a woman, so they just fucking just shout and scream and froth and fucking, they don't get violent unless there's 50 of them on one, and even then you can probably kick all their asses. So yeah, same thing with the blood mage.
There was a time in Ferelden's history when werebeasts roamed the lands in great numbers.
This motherfucker made that happen.
Possessed animals and turned them into horrific monsters.
This motherfucker
the humans
made that
warred
happen.
against and destroyed these creatures. No doubt their tales of those days grow ever more inaccurate.
Flemeth tells tales of such a time. Packs of possessed wolves akin to abominations roaming the land. It was a terrible age, now long past.
The werebeasts are not all gone from this land, and the ones that stalk the Brazilian forests are proof of this.
This motherfucker created that first army, and the humans eradicated it. Yet this motherfucker hates the humans, and this motherfucker is responsible for the werewolves in the first place. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Those are facts. So the racist motherfuckers pulling the race card were actually the racists the entire time? Wait, everything you're blaming everybody else for is what you're responsible for yourself? Is that the confusion of the day that we're actually living in right now? Something to consider.
The affliction is a curse that runs rampant in their blood.
He knows a lot about
bringing
something
great
that he
agony
didn't
and
have anything to
ultimately
do
either
with,
death or a
and he's just an
transformation into
innocent
something
victim
monstrous.
of,
The
even though
only
he
thing that
created
could
it.
help them must come from the source of
You
the
claim
curse
to be a
itself.
victim of the thing
And
that you create. You
that
create
would be no
division, and then you
trivial
claim
task
to
to
be a
achieve.
victim of divisive people who you labeled divisive because they're trying to stop you from being divisive because you're profiting from it. Sounds pretty woke, doesn't it? Here you go. This is over 15 years ago, but it's literally almost reading like a newspaper into your real world as a human being in the real world right now. True story. If you're tired of hearing it, probably because it's true.
Within the Brazilian forest dwells a great wolf.
Just saying.
We call him Witherfang. It was within him that the curse originated, and through his blood that it has been spread. If he is killed and his heart brought to me, perhaps I could destroy the curse. But this task has proven too dangerous for us. I sent some hunters into the forest a week ago, but they have
If he
not
goes in
returned.
there and eradicates
I
the
cannot risk
werewolves,
any more of my
literally in purity, he dies. That's the truth of it. He didn't tell you any part of anything about anything. He ran his elf DSLs a lot and didn't say a single fucking thing that matters. He didn't reveal a single bit of the truth here because he can't. He's a fucking blood mage. He's woke. He's possessed. Literally possessed. Possessed by an evil spirit that doesn't allow you to hear truth or speak truth or agree with truth. It takes over your spirit, your mind, and your body. Not like The Exorcist where your head spins around 720 like one of Tony Hawk's fucking skateboard tricks. No. Go look at somebody who is trying very hard to not look like a human being, screaming and shouting and just trying to threaten ICE agents when ICE agents aren't doing their job because they should execute these motherfuckers as soon as they rebel. As soon as you make an act of threat, they should be executed immediately. That's it. That's the law. You don't like it? Leave. If you don't want to leave, then you want to fight it, well, now you're a traitor to your own country. You hate the fucking flag? Well, you're representing another flag? You're a traitor to your country. You're not even of this country. You need to fucking go. Laws are laws. Right is right. Rules are rules. That's it. That's all. Well, I've been here because the liberals brought me. I don't give a fuck. You're here illegally. Get the fuck out. Any country would say that, but America is wrong for that? No. Any country would say that. Go to another country that would say that. They'll kick you the fuck out too. And if they don't, they're going to have problems because you're allowed to be there. Because you want to be illegal because you're a lazy fucking piece of shit that won't do it the right way, and you want to exploit fucking America's system, giving favor to people that don't deserve it, haven't worked for it, don't earn it, and make life really, really hard on American people by raping, child molesting, murdering, fucking sex trafficking, drug peddling, pimping, and all that other bullshit. All those things are crimes worthy of death. They shouldn't be deported, they should be executed. On the spot, people would leave then. On their own. You wouldn't have to deport them. But nobody's going to do the right thing, so I guess we have to struggle through this bullshit and squeeze as much money out of it along the way as we can because politicians are politicians, right? There you go. Now that's the brutal truth of all that bullshit. It's just that simple. Nobody's ever going to do the right thing because there's no profit to be made in doing the right thing. You actually have to depend upon God. Nobody really wants to do that. Which means the world's kind of fucked because God's kind of in control of this and things are about to go down the way he said. And yeah, that's going to be pretty bad for a lot of people. Yeah, at least as far as this Earth age is concerned. We got a millennium to go ahead of this, and a lot of people will get... It's not a second chance, it's a first chance, because they were too fucking stupid to think for themselves in this age, so... I don't know. I mean, you'll see. You'll see when we get there. You'll see. If it sounds like gobbledygook, that's fine. That's fine. Hate me for it. Just hear it, and then when it happens, you'll be like, oh shit, that's actually a thing, and then... Cool. Then you'll realize it, you'll be okay, and, awesome. Good stuff will happen. at that point. It's not that far in the future, I don't think. I mean, I'm not going to say it's tomorrow, but it can't be that far away, right? I mean, the world is so fucked. It can't be that far away. Anyway, this is a really good example of that. Written well over 15 years ago by people that are guilty of the exact crimes that I'm speaking against. Well, I'm not speaking against it. That are being spoken against. Let's just put it that way.
We would assist with the blight, of course.
I want more than assistance with the blight. Assistance with the blight is a lot of really good gear, like a weapon that one-shots everything. You got one of those? Let me have it, so I can hit you with it when the time comes. Yeah, he's not going to let you have that one. Yeah, your people could stop being racist. Could stop being reverse racist. Just because I'm white, you could stop fucking hating me because I'm white.
Has been burned into our souls.
Oh yeah, it's my fault.
Slavery and oppression.
Long years of slavery. When did that happen?
Personal.
A long years ago. I don't have anything to do with that. By the way, slavery is happening right now, and 90% of the slaves are white. Right now. Starting with children. Can we all just put that in our pipe and smoke it right now? Where's white reparations for slavery actually happening right now? Especially in Eastern Europe and America. White boys and a lot of white girls, most of them underage, being kidnapped daily and sold into sex slavery as toys and puppets to be raped and murdered and thrown in some fucking ditch somewhere or just disappear. It's happening every day. Where's our reparations? Is nobody fucking talking about that? Why not? Because you've got an agenda, you've got a rhetoric. You got to fucking hate Israel. Remember, America is Israel. Europe is Israel. Israel is Israel. Israel is actually Judah, which is one of the 12 tribes of Israel. But yeah, why are we being hated so much and being accused of the very thing we're suffering right now, but the media that's brainwashing you won't talk about it? Remember, 90% of the fucking sex trafficking victims are white, going all the way to Eastern Europe. Those are Ukrainian, Russian women. Man. what? Actually, that's actually a really, really good point. Hold on, let me go ahead and post that. Sounds like a hot take on. It's nice when something actually comes up and I'm like, no, holy shit, that's actually a good point. I mean, truth is truth, and then you got everything else, so. Anyway, sorry. Just had to throw that out there, man. That's
I must warn you that more than werewolves
Oh, I'll
live
find
in the
Witherfang,
forest.
but
It has a history full of carnage
this dude's
and
on my
murder, you see.
this
Where
dude's on my
there is
hit
so
list.
much death, the veil separating the spirit realm from our own becomes thin.
This thing
allowing
dies.
spirits to possess things.
You know a lot
living
about
or
something
dead.
you claim to not know
But
a
if
lot
you
about.
can indeed help,
Why does he bring his
then I
people
wish
back
you
here
luck.
every generation? Every so many years? Why does he keep coming through here to the same spot so that his people could be attacked by werewolves that he won't stop? You understand this has been going on for I mean it's at least 100 years, if not 200 or 300 years. Every so many years or every generation, this motherfucker pulls up here to sacrifice his young people to these fucking werewolves so they can become more werewolves, so that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yet this motherfucker created the werewolves in the first place as some kind of curse. He's only been cursing his people for the rest of its existence. This is the most pathetic, satanic piece of fucking shit that you're gonna see. Well, no, it's not the most. But He's up there. He's right there with Rendon Howe and whoever that young bastard is in the City Elf origin that wants to rape the young elven daughters on the night of their wedding. Yeah, that motherfucker. He's right up there with those pieces of shit. Which are much worse than Loghain. At least Loghain has an excuse.
Then I suggest you see Master Verathorn. I will instruct him to put aside some supplies for you, the kind that the hunters use. I must return to caring for my people.
If you ask the thing questions, it cannot tell you the truth. It cannot tell you the truth, so don't even bother. Just don't. Nice.
What are you doing?
I wonder if you should go grab this iron bark right now.
Did you leave it out in the rain?
No, Master Verathorn. I think I just used too much
He'll give you
heat.
something. I doubt you can use it,
You're not smelting
but...
ore like a Durgenlin. This is living wood. It requires patience and delicate hands, not more heat.
My actions bring me sorrow, Master Verathorn.
And so they should. Truly, the art will be lost to us forever at this rate. Throw away your dead wood and start anew, and I shall speak to our guest. Now then, please forgive my distraction, stranger. Is there something that you need?
Isn't this asshole in Dragon Age 2 as well? Isn't he also, like, the merchant, whatever, in Sundermount? Is that Verathorn too?
Yes, yes. The Keeper sent word that you might ask me for such. I took the liberty of assembling some goods that our hunters use. There is a large chest by the Araville, where I put everything we could spare. Feel free to sort through it and take whatever you need. I'm the clan's craftsmaster. It's my responsibility to learn what I can of the ancient elven arts of shaping wood and ore. In truth, we Dalish know little of the art compared to what we once did. And even what we know has taken us many lifetimes to achieve. There is wood that, if treated properly, is as hard as steel but far lighter. It grows only in this forest.
And it got late too fast.
Ironbark. The Keeper has forbidden us from entering the forest to collect it.
That's all right.
This means I cannot
been a
make
good
our
stream.
finest crafts for years to come.
Appreciate you
would be
guys hanging out and
hesitant to ask
chatting
it
with
of you,
me.
but if you should come across Ironbark,
I gotta find a place
suppose there
to
would be no harm in
call it a
gathering
day. I gotta get up and work
some. It is
tonight,
blue
so
and very distinctive.
now I got the
You can
next
only
3 days
harvest the
off,
bark which
but
has fallen off the tree from
I don't
the
know.
edge.
At some point,
Now, if you find some, bring it to me, and I will
these
craft it for you.
lazy individuals need to come replace an AC unit. It should be under warranty because it just got replaced, I don't know, 5-6 months ago. They got to come do it again. I think the one they replaced it with was used. They just charged the warranty people for a new one or something. I'm feeling it was a little bit sketchy. I mean, I don't see an AC unit failing in 5 or 6 months. Regardless. It gave me 2 problems along the way, too, so that's not cool.
I excel in making blades from the ironbark, or perhaps a breastplate. Provided there's enough wood, that is. That would please me, so long as our hunters come first. I am no merchant, but let us trade. Perhaps there's something here which will be of value to you.
None of these ever have rune slots, which is weird. Like ever. Like not even once. Not really sure if that's like a lore-based thing or something. Some dex is cool. +3 defense. +1 dex is cool. We should probably go see if we can find one of those for free. One of these chests will drop those sometimes. And eventually he's going to have a skill book. Eventually. Let's see. Thing I need here. I'll get that later. I'll buy that later. I need 6 of these. But they only cost like, yeah, $1 something a piece, so. Let's see, I've got a few extras, so let's... Let's do that. Nice. Morgan loves those too. Like that, anything silver is Morgan. The silver mirror, the silver brooch, the silver bracelet, the silver ring, the silver anything. She just loves that. I don't know why. Okay, we're getting the crystals too. We haven't even been to Red Cliff yet. Ailish boots. Elf-light arrow. Those are worth something. Get all these codex. Do all this stuff. Vallaslin, blood writing. Vallaslin is what Dumont and the original Magisters, I guess you could include Corypheus in that, used to enslave elves. That's what the blood writing actually was. So they're actually celebrating in their freedom. They're like digging up old clothes and wearing them. Hating their history, even though like they don't even understand their own history. Sarah says something about that. It's like digging up old clothes and wearing them and letting your enemies know that I got a grudge that you'll never live down. You'll never forget. But you're like embarrassing yourself because it's all play acting. You're actually celebrating your culture with the very thing that is the ultimate of shame to your culture. You're being proud of what you should be ashamed of, is basically what she's saying. Sounds pretty relevant these days. You can apply that where you will.
It's done.
Just saying. Ailish armor, got it. I just got it. That's lucky. That's lucky. Now the mother of the Hala, I'm not sure. Hala are actually unique. I'm not sure what kind of magical beast they are. I'm not sure how that really plays into the lore. It's definitely an elven thing. And these are intelligent. I mean, this like kind of even goes the next level higher than like human beings and their dogs. If you don't appreciate dogs, then you're probably not a human being. You're subhuman.
What now?
You can prove you're subhuman by the way you talk and act and, you know, all that stuff. If you fucking hate dogs, like you're a Michael Vick, well, then you're the worst kind of piece of shit that ever stepped God's given feet and disrespected God by stepping your feet on the planet. You're the worst kind of you're the worst kind of filth. You're like absolute trash. I wonder if we should go try to get this iron bark right now. It's a little early. Like it's like really early. But I mean, we could. Let's see. Let's do this real quick.
A fine gift. You have my thanks.
Yeah, she loves that. Yeah, it's got +1 dex. It's basically what she's wearing +1 dex. So like that's actually pretty cool. Garbage, 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 garbage. Should we try? Just go get the Iron Bark and just bring it back? There's really no point to doing it now. We can go do it later and just do the exact same thing. But it's a little bit extra XP. There is that. You know, fuck it. I'm going to go do it. I could steal from everybody in the camp. That's a true story. Nice. Let's get some of that money back. A silver at a time. All right. Let's see. Let's make a... see, let's leave 12.
Where to now?
Oh, goddamn it. Got extra flasks. I got extra of those too. Let's see. I got extras, I got extras, I got extras. All right, that's fine.
Yes?
Yeah, that'll work. Works for me. Let's go rob somebody else, though. I mean, not rob, but strategically take equipment from an alternate location.
I shall.
Oh, wow. Oh, come on, man. Really? All right, let's go. That's fine. All right, I wanted the health potions, so now... Oh, wow. Holy shit. I never actually... Oh, wow. No wonder. All right, so let's see. Self, any... Activate mode. Yeah, I never actually did this. She's been doing her dagger thing just with literally 2 daggers. Like, no tactics, no anything. Just doing her thing. No healing, no nothing. Just whatever. Just freaking awesome. Let's see. What abilities do I have? Below the belt. That's it, really. There we go. Nice. Yeah, literally she had... I never did her tactics. I didn't think to check. I got her on the last stream, and I never thought to check here. But she's been, like, doing her job. But she never got to heal, and I was like, why not? Never went to look. So that's why. Anyway, that's good because Wynn can heal her at less than 50. If Wynn's heal is on cooldown, like she's concentrating on Alistair, which is like what I have her do most of the time, and Leliana's just getting wrecked too, she can fall back on that. If she drinks an entire health poultice with her small health pool at 25%, it's gonna heal her fully, like completely. So at least basically until end game. But yeah, that's fine. It keeps her alive. She's good. She'll still have a decent amount of defense. So yeah, 100%. Okay, let me check everybody else. All right, that's fine. That's health poultice. We got plenty of those now. Let's see. Rank. Health. Nice. I could rearrange that, but that's fine. That's what I'm looking for. All right, cool. We're good. I didn't realize I had never even done... normally, I just set their tactics when I get them. Like, as soon as we get them, we set their tactics, we're good to go. And we just start building on it. But, wow, I never even looked at her tactics. I equipped her. I gave her stuff, but never looked at her tactics. Interesting. I'm going to go ahead and sell this shit, too.
What do you wish? I am no merchant, but let us trade. Perhaps there's something here which will be of value to you.
135 still. Nice. Like, nothing has a rune slot on it, which is weird. Now, the only thing I could say is if we went and got the Iron Bark, we could get an item that we could sell for a little bit more money and get some bonus XP. Honestly, I say we try to. I mean, why not?
I can't do that.
We're set now. Nice.
Now's better than later.
I never liked this part.
Got it. You'll get no mercy from me. This'll be fun. All right, all right. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
You on for it. That went well.
I am your death. I'll get on it.
Yeah.
Butamus. Butamus and Fabuful. Fabuful and Butamus. Nice. I can definitely sell that. Yeah, we'll figure that out when we get down there. Oh, beautiful, man. This is fantastic. What do they say? How do they say it? Hells to the yeah. Hells to the yeah. All right, we're dumping everything into magic. If you're going to make Morrigan a blood mage, like I say, you're not going to be able to make her an effective blood mage until you're like level 17, 18, 19, like in that range. Set her up accordingly, but just dump everything into magic. I think she has too much willpower. You can't really respec her. It is what it is. If actually she's got points in strength and dex, which is fucking stupid, and a point in cunning, so it's a complete waste. But she's still viable as a blood mage. If you're actually going to use her like that, there's a lot of things you want to work towards. You've got, this is probably the only thing you need from this entire tree. Yeah, she's already got frost weapons, so you're eventually going to want Spell Wisp. You're going to want, where's that? You're going to want Spell Might. You're definitely going to want Mana Clash, because she's going to be the strongest at Mana Clash. You really want Regeneration too. That's huge. Because that's the only healing spell that's not nerfed by blood magic. So that's definitely a bonus. You'll want Rock Armor. Eventually. I mean, we got, that's a lot of levels. And then you'll eventually want all of this. Like, every single... that permanent bonus to spell power just kind of puts her over the top. On top of the spell power, and then the extra spell power, and then even more spell power. Which means if she uses any spell... Like, if she uses a blood magic spell, that's just going to be gangster. And she's just going to do it by herself. You could just, like, pretty much just plug and play. Just put her in there and just forget about her. And just let her do her thing. That's pretty gangster. But I'm not going to be using her anytime soon. So just start putting points into shit that you're going to need. Regardless, doesn't really matter where you do it. I mean, you could give her a heal, but I don't even have any tactic slots for her to actually use that right now if it was even useful. But I mean, this takes 4, so let's just put it in here. It doesn't really matter. Like, she's not going to have a shit ton of points right now, regardless, right? So. 41 strength. I'm not happy with that. Once my strength gets into the 80s plus, I'm good. Notice I haven't put a single point into anything but strength, which means when you get into the fade magic shit, what's the craziest thing, you're supposed to be resistant, but you can't use lyrium. So as a dwarf, the thing you're weakest to, especially as a dwarf warrior or rogue, the thing you're weakest to is magic. That's the shit that kills you before you even get a chance to heal. True story. Can we all agree on that one? Anyway. Well, you don't have to agree. It's still the truth. Okay, I don't need to go, like, under the underpass. Overpass? Under the overpass? You can't go under the underpass, can you? You can underpass the overpass. You can go... You can underpass the over. You can overpass the under. And you can go over the under... Never mind.
Target practice, anyone? I'll get on it. We get
Morgan stealing our kills? Morgan's sniping back there, stealing our kills. Oh, I'm totally giving that to Liliana, like, right now. Oh, she's gonna get a couple extra points of cunning, too. I'll bet you.
Flowers?
Yes,
For
sir.
They
Got
smell
to.
lovely, and there's something so familiar about them. These were my mother's flowers. She would sprinkle the dry petals amongst her clothes. Oh, they smell just like her. Thank you so much.
There it is, minor cunning. I told you. That's a plus 15. So even if I gave her something, that's her like personal quest item. That's a plus 15. And I think there's another one in Redcliffe. And if you give that to her, she still gives you some approval for that too. Not a bad approval hack for Liliana. We're going to have to kill some werewolves here. Well, maybe not.
I can't do that.
I don't know. I probably have enough intimidate to make them just fuck off. Honestly, I don't have any sympathy for the werewolves because the werewolves were created from humans that were rapist murderers. If you're a rapist murderer, you need to die anyway.
They sent a dwarf to make us pay for our attack.
And being a werewolf, getting to hunch the lady of the forest for eternity isn't a punishment. No, that's just, no. No, sorry, man. That's almost like a reward. So, yeah, all y'all need to die. And I will kill all the werewolves after I cure them from being werewolves. I'll make sure they pay for their sins. Their crimes.
We are beasts, but we are no longer simple and mindless. Let that thought chill your spine.
No, my spine is not chilled.
Runner, I lead my cursed brothers and sisters.
You know, it's kind of like, hey,
turn back now.
My spine is not chilled, but somehow my hammer feels less heavy. I think I can swing it just a little bit faster.
Watch them suffer the same curse we have suffered for too long. We will watch them pay. We are not afraid of you. Hey,
oh, wow.
Come, brothers and sisters.
That should have worked.
We fight.
I think I had enough strength. I guess apparently I did. Well, okay.
I'll get on it.
Just die already.
Now's better than later.
Enough. The forest has eyes of its own, and it shall deal with you.
Run,
you
bitch.
have been warned.
I've been warned while you run off with your tail that you don't have tucked between your fucking woman legs. Nice ass, though, werewolf. Nice ass. For, yeah, whatever. You know, it doesn't really matter. Nice ass. Just saying. Pussy. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. We got, like, Darkspawn in here, too, right?
I'll get on it. All right. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Take that!
I'll get on it. Another corpse to the pile. Excellent! Sounds better than later.
We have done well.
Well, we got stuff to sell. The Darkspawn aren't even here, which is crazy. Yeah, I guess we can take this, this elf. Yeah, we can take it back. Then I gotta come back again, but that's fine.
We were sent to find Witherfang. Bring his heart. Attack.
We were sent to find Witherfang. This is the Blood Mage sacrificing his young warriors to the fucking werewolves and his deal with the spirit of the forest every, what? I'm going to say every generation. As soon as the young adults become old enough, all of a sudden the Blood Mage says, hey, pack up your Arravels. We need to go back to the place where everybody gets sacrificed to the werewolves, and they're going to say, you know best because you've been living for hundreds of years. And he's going to be like, yes, because I've discovered the secrets of the ancient elves. No, it's a fucking Blood Mage, and it's fucking soul-bound to some spirit that through some horrible fucking spell that it cast, it can't die, and the spirit can't die. Unless it fucking kills itself. So, let's make sure it kills itself. Just saying.
And Darren Atishan, Grey Warden. Our scouts saw you approaching and tell me you carry the body of one of our hunters with you. Ah, Dagon. He is wounded, but I think he will live.
I'm glad we were able to help him. Thank the Maker we returned to the Dalish in time. He must have watched over this man.
Or perhaps his own gods were watching out for him.
And perhaps they just know the Maker by another name.
Believe what you wish. It seems to me that they should be thanking the Grey Warden more than some absent god. But who am I to judge?
Ma Syranas, your help is appreciated. Come, Lethaline. Let us
Thanking the
take
Grey
Dagon to
Warden,
the Keeper,
who
and quickly.
actually carried
If we
him
are
back.
lucky, we may still save him.
Whatever. You know what? I don't think that Morrigan is mocking the Maker. I think that Morrigan is mocking the way the Chantry makes out the Maker to be. Now, I'm totally down with this. Like, this is why I'm 100% with Morrigan on this. The way the church presents Jesus is the opposite of Jesus. It's not even anti-Christ, it's against Christ. How they chisel your brain to make you a fucking blood puppet to some fucking religion that has nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever, while they feed you 1 or 2 verses a week. If you got 5 verses a week, I think it would take you 500 years to get through the Bible once. If you haven't studied your father's word several times over, I mean, I'm not saying you have to memorize any part, much less all the Bible. But if you're not familiar with it, if you don't know what your father said, how are you going to hear his voice? You've never even heard him speak. Well, God's talking to me. Well, those ministers are full of shit. God speaks to you through the word and you understanding it. That's it. That's all. If you don't understand it, then, well, I believe anyway. If you believe something you don't understand, you're a fucking liar. A, you're a fucking idiot. B, you're fucking stupid. C, and you're full of shit. D. And I'm pretty sure our Father would validate that. Probably wouldn't say it that way because he loves you, but I'm pretty sure that's how that would go. You don't understand it? Then why the fuck do you believe it? If I was your dad and I would say, do you get it? And you would say no, I'd say, all right. Once you get it, if you say, hey man, I get it. And I'd be like, okay, you understand it? Now let's test that theory. Do you actually understand it? And if you prove that you actually understand it, as your dad, I would be like, yeah, oh shit, you got it. That's awesome, man. High five. Let's go get ice cream and, whatever. McDonald's and just whatever. And let's just go ahead and poison ourselves. All that bullshit, right? So, I mean, God gives us the same emotions that he has. Ours are kind of skewed and fucked up a lot of times, but I mean, we at least get an idea of what it's about. He made us after his own image, after his own likeness, whatever, right? So, like, there's some similarities there. He thinks at least somewhat like we do, but if you want to know what is, then you need to go understand it, not read it. If you read it and quote it and you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but you claim to believe it, you're a hypocrite. You're a play actor. You have no idea what you're talking about, but you claim to know what you're talking about. You're more stupid than somebody who has no idea what they're talking about, and at least they know it. What is. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, well then, try. I'm pretty sure God would respect that. Your Father would respect any child who tries. If you're trying, God will do the rest. Your Father would do the rest. A good father would do the rest. You're at least trying. Maybe you're a little simple. Maybe you're a little bit slow. But guess what? God will help you out. You'll get the rest. If you try. But if you don't try and you just go with the world and the world says that's a bunch of bullshit anyway, so I'm just going to go after woke fucking kids getting their penises turned inside out and I'm going to vote for a terrorist in a major American city. And I'm just going to do that because, fuck God and fuck Jesus. If that's your attitude, I mean, don't you deserve what you get? You've earned it, right? You've earned everything bad, and you've earned nothing good. If you're down with that shit. Like, this is pretty common sense shit. This is a life lesson. And it's really just that simple. It's not that hard. Like, damn. Like, not that hard at all. Alright, so let's, I think we just make a beeline. I'm gonna go get this iron bark because, bro, like, what are we, level 8? 7? 8? We're still level 7. Oh my god, we're still level... Honestly, I think Morgan is 8. Yeah, she's 8. That's crazy.
Right.
No, still 7. Morgan has a little bit of jump. There's a reason for that. If you don't want to use her, which I'm not going to, so this actually makes more sense. She's got a little bit of a jump to where when you do reach 8, she's going to be level 9. So, yeah. If you don't have her in your party, obviously. I think we get some Darkspawn here. Yes. Darkspawn. Oh, you fought Darkspawn. Yes. Darkspawn. How do I get knocked down?
Get off my back.
get the kill cam. Hey, Alistair. You see this? This is go F yourself button. Stick that button where it counts. Oh, sorry. He stole my kill cam in the tower. He literally stole my kill cam in the tower. He stole it. No, I mean, like, he totally stole it. True story. Stole my kill cam. You have to pay for that. You have to pay for your sins, bro. Like, isn't that the worst sin you can commit in gaming? Is to steal somebody's kill cam? Like, that's about as bad as it gets, right? I'm just saying. I'm not even asking. I'm saying. Like, that's bad. You should not do that at all, ever. Steal somebody's kill cam.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Watch in horror as I rip you apart! Got it. 'Tis your time to die!
It will not let you do anything with that. Will not.
All right. Wipe them out. I'll get on it. Got it. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Now's better than later.
Hit this dude once.
Could someone please stop the bleeding?
Really, bro? Well, Morgan did it again. She stole our kill cam. Okay, stealing kill cams, whatever. Just stealing kills is just, it's bad sportsmanship. You should not steal your party members' kills. Call of Duty doesn't really matter. Don't steal a kill just to pad your stats. It's a bad move. It's just, well, it's just a bad move. This is like a friendship thing. This is morals and ethics. This has nothing to do with stats. This is morals and ethics. Don't steal your friends' kills. Stop it. Just stop. Resist. Resist to the devil. Resist the temptation to steal all of your friends' kills. When they pounded away at a motherfucker with 2.5 clips and you come in with the last bullet and steal their kill, you're kind of an asshole. No, I mean, you actually are an asshole. Well, I mean, unless you did it accidentally. But if you claim to have done it accidentally, but you know you did it on purpose, you're a dick. No, like, I mean, you're literally a Richard. Even if you're a girl, you're still a Richard. Just so you know. Don't be a Richard. Oh, God damn it. I really wasn't trying to do this. Fuck. Wait, hold on. Can I actually...
Now's better than later. Got it.
I tried to be merciful.
Breaking a sweat already? Ha! I'll get on it. Now's better than later. More blood. Where's the next one? Got it. All right. I'll get on it.
Me and Morgan, huh?
You will learn to fear me.
Okay, I was totally trying not... I was not trying to do this. Wow. Okay, I was really not trying to do this. Which I guess is sort of cool. Yeah, I mean, we're way over our head. at this point. We're like definitely way over our head. I need to actually use some of these.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
That I cannot do.
Oh my god. Everybody's gotten fucking hurt. Apparently I'm dragging my entire party through the fire. I guess, but whatever. Okay, I mean, well, whatever.
No, I don't think so.
Your word? Indeed.
Nice.
Yep. The waiting around part is awesome.
Nice. All right, yeah, I'm not trying to clear out the forest. What I'm actually trying to do is actually get to Hawnleaf. That's what I really want to do. I wanted to get the iron bark, though. Apparently we didn't get it. There it is. All right, cool. We might actually get another spawn that we don't have to fuck with later, which would be nice. It'd be nice if we don't have to actually mess with it later. I'm trying to cuts less. Hey, y'all want to hear a story? This actually happened last night. It actually started Friday. So if you guys can relate to this, let me know. Whatever. If you can't relate to it, then just, well, this is just a story. So Friday night I go into work, and one of the other drivers, so like you got a restaurant, people make the food, you deliver the food, and you try to give the customers good service. If you don't, you're a shit fucking delivery driver. Right? That's pretty simple. Right? So one of the other drivers, who's this lady who's always harping on how her son committed suicide, and she's obsessed with it. I'm not blaming her for being obsessed with this. It doesn't have anything to do with the workplace, but you feel comfortable here being willing to talk about it. So if I got something to say, I'll say it. I'll be like, okay, just a little bit of comfort. Like, I understand. Yeah, that's cool, man. You're a mom. I can't believe what it's like when your other son walks in on your fucking, his brother having killed himself. And I mean, like, that's pretty fucked up. I don't know why you're looking for therapy in a pizza parlor, but you are where you are, and it's obsessing your mind, and I get that. I can't relate to it because I'm not A, a woman, B, I don't have kids, and C, whatever, but I understand. Your son committed pretty much the most major crime that you could commit against himself, and he paid the price. If you commit murder, when it says thou shalt not kill, it says thou shalt not murder. If you murder, you should be executed so that you don't do it again, so that innocent people should live. So if your entire religion is based on terrorism, well, you're a fucking murderer, so if you're executed, that's justice. But anyway, so if you've got somebody who kills themselves, they're committing murder and paying the penalty for that murder. So if they're so mentally unstable that they've been fucked up by the world enough to where they want to take their own life, and anybody who knows somebody who's actually committed suicide, and you've lost a friend, a wife, a husband, a child, a family member, whatever. I mean, like, it's I don't know if you call it pandemic or epidemic at this point, but like, there's people who just, they don't want to live in this world. And you know what? Sometimes you can say, I don't blame them. When Hollywood actors and fucking athletes who can't even speak English make $20 billion a minute, to just suck at whatever they do, and then a firefighter or a police officer or a military veteran can't make enough to feed their family, and they're so fucked up because they think that they shouldn't kill, but it's your fucking job to execute our enemies, which is your actual job. But there's no therapy that goes along with the scripture. So these veterans are left out in the dark, and they just fucking take their own life because I can't live with my crimes, even though supposedly I didn't commit any crimes. For you veterans, you didn't commit any crimes. If they said, bear this sword, and you went and swung it and chopped off the heads of fucking 50 fucking enemies, especially these child molesting fucking jihadist pieces of shit, if you fucking executed 80,000 of them by yourself, you did God's work. Just so you know. But anyway, bottom line is, the Bible says, and this is a fact, this is the law, this is right versus wrong. Right is, if you commit murder, then you should be executed. Well, if you're killing yourself, you're committing murder, but you're executing yourself. You're paying that price. Mankind has nothing else to say about that. You can go to the Father and explain why you were so mentally imbalanced that you had to take your own life. And let God be the judge of that. If you were mentally imbalanced due to pollutions, corruptions, perversion, your mother smoking fucking crack while you were in the womb, smoking fucking dope because apparently that's okay now, and all this bullshit or whatever, and you were just a fucked up individual from the start, your mother should not take the guilt for that because she probably didn't intentionally harm her embryo. Now, abortionists are intentionally murdering their embryos. Those motherfuckers need to be executed. Anybody that's pro-abortion needs to be executed. That's a fact. That's biblical law. If you're not executed, if the law supports you, it doesn't mean you get away free. You get to be executed. And all the fucking babies that you aborted that were full-grown angels before they were conceived, they get to state a case against you for being a complete piece of fucking human shit. And you should have to pay for that. I hope you do. And I know you will, because the scripture says it so. But if you have a child or a family member or a friend or a loved one or a spouse who took their own life because apparently life just, whatever, drove them to that point, whether it was a chemical imbalance in the brain, whether it was just them being just whatever, it doesn't matter. Don't judge them. That's not your job. You can't judge them. Stop. Allow for the fact that they committed a crime against themselves and they paid the ultimate price for that crime against themselves. Let God take care of it at that point. God's a whole lot more merciful and a whole lot less judgmental than you are, even though he's the judge. He's a lot less judgmental than you are because you don't know shit. And he knows everything. So let him handle it. That should be a comfort to anybody who's suffered a loved one lost in suicide. That's what the Bible says. That's it. That's all. It's really just that simple. You can let it go. Now, you got a space in your heart for that person. Maybe you feel some guilt there. Maybe you feel you were partially responsible. You can't force someone to commit murder unless you tell them, commit murder or die. And even then, a lot of people would not commit murder. But a lot of people brainwashed by modern society will kill themselves. That's a thing. And that has nothing to do with you. Stop being guilty and stop judging them and just let God take care of it and just go on about your lives. But save that place in your heart for that person where things got so bad in their head that had to happen. So you save that place. Your heart is limitless. Your heart has no boundaries. It's not like, well, I only got 3 spaces in my heart, and if you fill all those 3 spaces, I ain't got no time for the rest of y'all. Well, A, that's wrong. B, you're fucking stupid. And C, you need to stop that shit. And D, just fucking get over yourself at that point and just create enough space in your heart. Your heart is limitless. Love doesn't have boundaries. So you can create new places in your heart for that type of stuff. Anyway, no, I haven't told my coworker any of this stuff, but last night, well, the night before last, she came to me with, our boss is a piece of shit. She's too stupid to fucking run this place. And you know who my boss is? She's like this really, really cool, laid-back person who doesn't get on to anybody directly, and she's pregnant. And she's working while she's like, I mean, dude, she's big as a house, which is, it's beautiful. It's just, this is God's creation. Just, this is a woman doing human things, which is giving birth to a human baby because she's actually a woman, not some motherfucker with man milk in his fucking male nipple and all this satanic ass fucking chemical shit. Anyway, sorry. So, like, she's like doing things, and you know what she actually gives a shit about? Drivers. She has delivery drivers for her store. That's it, that's all. And she looks out for her drivers. She says, I want you guys to A, make money, because B, I don't want you to quit, and C, you should make money while you're here because you got to pay for the upkeep of your vehicles, and the store isn't doing that. So you need to be able to actually make enough money to survive. And she makes sure that happens. She will actually put herself in as a ghost driver to make sure that DoorDash doesn't steal our deliveries. She's gangster like that. And she actually gives a fuck. And if she doesn't think about it, you can say, hey, do you think you could put in like something to allow us to get more deliveries tonight? And she's like, absolutely. She never says no. She's always cool with it. She has a hard time standing on her feet, yet she's at work every day, right? And this bitch wants to come in on Friday and just bash this lady. Just bash her. She's too fucking stupid to run a store. When I was in a corporate setting, I did this and that, and I told her, you're not in corporate. You're a fucking delivery driver for a goddamn Pizza Hut. You're not in corporate. And nobody gives a fuck about you. Unless you're part of the team. And even then, you're expendable. You need to understand that and get a grip with reality, lady. Well, she didn't like that. So she caught an attitude. Then yesterday, she caught an attitude from the start of the shift. And she came up with a bunch of satanic ass fucking accusations later. But towards the end of the night, she had an attitude, and she pulled something out of my hand, and she said, I got it, you just go on talking. And I said, what's wrong? Yeah, I got an attitude, and dude, she went 1 to 1,000. And she started making false accusations, told me that I did this, and I did that, and you're this, and you're that, you're a fucking bitch, you're a fucking bitch. About the third or fourth time she called me a bitch, I actually raised my voice and I said, hey, you're the fucking bitch, and you need to shut the fuck up talking to me. You don't get to talk to me like that. I'll go pay a woman $25 to beat your fucking ass in front of my face so I can film it and play that shit back to me every fucking night for the next month so I can sleep good at night, you fucking cunt. You need to shut your fucking mouth. How the fuck are you gonna go off on me? I have given this bitch deliveries. I have catered to this bitch because she's in her feelings because she drove her fucking son to suicide. Whether she did or not, I could have totally pulled that card, but I didn't tell her that. But I did say, look, you need to shut the fuck up, cunt, and stop talking to me right now. You're 100% wrong, and you're incapable of saying you're sorry. And you're supposed to be a Christian woman, but you're talking to me like you're some fucking ghetto trash on some fucking murder rap fucking album, talking about fucking shit that you never experienced in your entire fucking... Shut the fuck up, cunt. Now, bitch. Literally, if I was a woman, I would have put her in a coma if I was a woman. But I'm not. So, yeah, she actually drove... And somebody else was like, well, you needed to walk away. Walk away what? You wouldn't have let her talk to you like that. Nobody within a 1,000-mile radius would have let her talk to you like that for 30 seconds. And I let her call me a bitch 3 times. Nah, man. No, fuck no. And this bitch has something evil to say about everybody who's not there at the moment. If you're there, oh, she pretends to be nice to you. But now she's going to go off and she's going to get witnesses at my work and just go the fuck off and say, I got witnesses. And I said, yeah, you actually got witnesses, bitch. You're a batshit crazy fucking cunt. You absolutely are 100% and you know it. And you cannot apologize for that in the future. You know that, right? And she shut the fuck up for a second. Imagine that. Now, I've never seen a woke person shut the fuck up even for a second, so at least she has a little bit of not evil in her brain, I guess. But yeah, that actually happened last night. And I was like, dude, everything she accused me of was A, false, and B, even if it was true, there was no reason to go off. Like, the favors I've done for her since I've been there, all she really had to do was pull me off to the side and say, hey, what's up with this? And I would say, what's up with what? She'd say, well, this and this and this and this. And I said, that has nothing to do with me. I really honestly have no idea what you're talking about. That's what I would have told her. But no, she went the fuck off and she talked to me like she was a fucking crack dealer talking to a crackhead that she could slap down in the middle of the street for no fucking reason. And it just came out of nowhere. Which means that I can't work with her anymore, obviously. She destroyed that. And she's poisoned half the rest of the crew that I have to work with, thinking that there's something wrong with me just because she yelled really loudly. Sounds pretty today, doesn't it? Crazy, right? I talked to my direct boss, for a time. I actually gave her a ride home. I actually went and picked her up. That's the reason I didn't stream earlier. I actually went and picked her back up, dropped her off at the house, and I said, man, none of that shit should have ever happened in the first place, and she is 100% responsible for starting it, doing it, and forcing me. Now, maybe I didn't have to react at all, and I could have just walked off and just let her just fucking scream at the top of her lungs in the middle of a restaurant where customers can hear it. Maybe I should have just walked off and just been the sheep fucking white dude that just accepts any fucking abuse. And I should just shut the fuck up. And no matter how hard you abuse me, I should just let you fucking kill me if necessary to be the good white person. The good fucking Kobe white person. No, man. No, bitch. You got 3 times. I gave her 3 times. Once she called me a bitch for the 3rd time, I said, no, you're the fucking bitch. And you need to shut your fucking mouth, cunt. Right fucking now. That paused her for a second, but she couldn't stop yelling because Satan had fucking infiltrated her spirit to the point that she could not shut up. And she just fucking attacked me for no reason, and I was her friend. And she knew it. And she did it anyway. This is what you call fucking possession these days. Dude, it was crazy, man. That's an actual thing. That actually happened last night. Go figure. No surprise, right? I guess no surprise. Anyway, let me go turn in this iron bark shit. Yeah, that just happened last night, and I was like, wow. Honestly, if something comes of that, then I guess everybody's on the same page with that type of bullshit, and I'm just trying to work. Not only am I trying to work, I'm trying to work as a team. Like we had a good thing going. We were all like cool, and we'd laugh together, and we'd drive and fucking get all our deliveries done and complain how DoorDash was stealing our shit and try to get as much of that stuff as we could. And honestly, I got fucked over 4 times. 4 times that night. It finally said, hey man, next up, next delivery, right? This next delivery has a $10 tip on it. The one after that has a $5 tip on it. So you put me 3rd, even though I'm right here in the store, ready to take that one, and you give me the 3rd one and it has no tip on it. I got done like that 4 times. And I finally said, what the fuck is going on? We've never done this before. First up, first out. That's how it goes, and that's how it's always gone. The first one, if you're fucking kicking ass and driving 85 miles an hour in a fucking school zone the entire fucking night and you come back before anybody else does, you get the next delivery. If it's only worth $1, if it's worth $100, it doesn't matter. That's it, that's all. First up, first serve. And that's how it's always been. Well, I got skipped over 4 times that night, and every single time I got the shit end of the stick. I made like $40 less than I should have throughout the night. I spent my gas. Why am I not getting a fair treatment in terms of that? I had a problem with that. I didn't cuss anybody out. I didn't do anything. I didn't throw a fit. I was just like, hey, what's up with this? And the next day I asked this, which was yesterday afternoon. And then yesterday night, she pulls this fucking shit. She screamed at me in the top of the lungs and cussed me for 10 fucking straight minutes in front of everybody at work. And I finally just said, you need to shut the fuck up, cunt. You shut the fuck up. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, but shut the fuck up. Anyway, appreciate you guys listening to me vent. That was awesome. Not sure who's still here, but hey, there you go. I just needed to tell that story because it was, I've never been fucking railed on by anybody just kind of out of nowhere. Basically for as long as I can. I'm trying to think of, nah, man, that was crazy. Like nothing even instigated except for her own mind. And she got like 2 of my bosses kind of against me at the same time. And these are people I work with without, it has nothing to do with her. But now all of a sudden, like it's crazy how a lunatic woke fucking piece of shit. And like if I was corporate or if I was like in the medical field or something like that, you know, something like that, I could see how a woke person could just make like, could destroy your, well, maybe you're not your life unless you let it, but at least you're like your career and your livelihood with your coworkers and stuff like that. I can see how they could just manipulate and extort and twist fucking words just because they hate you. Because you might have a good spirit and they've just got a satanic spirit. And then it's even worse when they call themselves religious on top of that. And they could just fucking, and if they don't wreck you, at least the fact that they tried is just, dude, that's that burning like, damn, why the fuck are you just being 100% pharmaceutical grade fucking woke evil? Why are you even doing that? When I've only done you right. Dude, I've sacrificed deliveries and catered to her in several moments, and she accused me of the opposite of the person I am. In front of everybody at fucking max volume, screaming to where somebody on the fucking freeway could have heard it, cussing me out the entire time. Bitches and hoes and fuck you, and she's going all fucking, I don't know, ghetto rap and all this gangster rap and fucking murder rap and all this shit. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And even if what she was accusing me of was right, It's only something that you might ask somebody about. Say, hey man, this looks weird. What's up with this? And I've said, what's up with what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, okay, this, and this. And I said, well, it wasn't that at all. It was this, and this. It's like, okay, cool. That's how human beings talk. This motherfucker was not a human being. This cunt has
Morgan,
issues.
Do you
Like,
believe in the
serious
Maker?
issues.
Certainly not. I've no primitive fear of the moon.
She wasn't
Perhaps I
cunt,
must
but she
place
is
my
now.
faith in
She
tales
made
so that
herself
I may
cunt.
sleep at night.
She can't be anything but cunt at this point.
What do you wish?
Oh, what's up, Joe? Well, give me your sad story, because I gave you my last 24 hours of sad story. Let's try to find a bright spot in it.
Truly? Let me see. Yes, that is indeed iron bark, and a substantial quantity of it as well. Well done. An agreement is an agreement, and I will craft something from this wood for you. What would you like? A bow, or perhaps a breastplate? Manuvinin, I will craft it myself.
Breastplate.
Watch if you prefer, it will not take long. And I've reformed the wood to my will. A Dalish breastplate for you.
This dude's arrogant as fuck. Like, he's 100% arrogant. Wow. All right, let's see what this breastplate is. I think it's like a medium breastplate, blah, blah, blah. Oh, wow. Wow. Maybe if I gave that to, Oh. Oh, no, I feel you, bro. I feel you. Hey, I'm a Packers fan. And yeah, we won today, but we should have lost. So we've lost to all. Okay, let's just count today as a loss. I'm a Packers fan, and we were like, "You're going to the Super Bowl because you got fucking some dude who only shows up at the last 2 minutes of any fourth quarter. He gets the most pressures ever, but it doesn't make a difference because your defense can't stop anybody. The worst offense in the league can score fucking 20 on you at will." Packers fan, you know, Micah Parsons and all that bullshit. Whatever, we have no offense, so it doesn't really matter anyway. But we have no quarterback. Jordan Love is the most overrated, overpaid piece of shit in the history of the universe. Period. End of conversation. That dude is fucking cold garbage. Not even hot garbage. Cold garbage. I totally feel you. And man, I'm actually a Falcons fan. I mean, I'm not a fan. I'm a Green Bay fan, but I really like the Falcons. Dude, in my fantasy, I've got Bijan twice. I've got Drake London twice. I've got Kyle Pitts. I only got him once. I mean, I would have him more. I just only got him once. He fucking shit the bed today, but whatever. But yeah. And y'all are losing in like stupid fashion too. It's like, it doesn't even make sense. Although your quarterback getting injured today, I don't think you lose today. If what's his face doesn't go down, I don't think you lose today. I mean, Cousins is going to lose you every game. Regardless. He's not a backup. I don't care what he did with the fucking Vikings. He's not a backup. He's just fucking... Now, that's hot garbage, right? But, I mean, you're not going to win the Super Bowl this year anyway. You know that, right? Either am I. I know this. Well, Green Bay still could. No, they won't. I don't know that they even make the playoffs, right? So I'm accepting this. as a thing, as long as Jordan Love is in there with his connection to the mob, throwing games that they're way over betted on, yeah, no, it's not going to happen. But you do have London, and you do have Bijan, and you've got Algier, and you've got Kyle Pitts, and you've got a really good defense. So I think one more year in the same system, y'all actually have a future. My team sold out this year for a bunch of hot fucking garbage, and it's just it's a dumpster sale. It's a fire sale or whatever you call it. So I mean, I feel for you, but I think my story is a little bit worse. Seriously. I mean, I don't think y'all even just really tank. You know what I think that the Falcons need to do is just do what they're doing and get everybody on the same page, because y'all don't need that many pieces. Probably like 2 offensive linemen, another linebacker, and a safety. And y'all are set. Y'all can easily do that in a couple rounds. So, I mean, just look ahead. When you see that your team's not ready, just accept it. It sucks, but just accept it. But y'all at least have a future. I'm tied to Jordan Love because he's making $700 million a year when he's not even worth $7 a year. You know what? When Jordan Love almost got knocked out, I prayed for somebody on the New York Giants to take Jordan Love out for the season. I'm not asking for like a life-altering injury. I'm just asking for an injury that makes Jordan Love not ever able to play football again, because the motherfucker doesn't deserve to play football in the NFL. That's all I was asking. Just take him out forever. Just saying. I mean, whatever that means. But I mean, if you're rooting for your team, but you know the problem with your team is your fucking quarterback, who has flashes of brilliance. Rookies have flashes of brilliance. That does not make a fucking Super Bowl winning quarterback. That doesn't even make a Pro Bowl. That doesn't even make a fucking playoff quarterback. Tony Romo had flashes of brilliance. Dak Prescott has flashes of brilliance. What JJ piece of shit with fucking Minnesota, garbage, trash can, has flashes of brilliance. Caleb Williams has flashes of brilliance. Bryce Young today had the biggest flash of brilliance you ever saw in your life. What does that matter? Bryce Young is not a quarterback. He's a running back who can't read a defense and can only throw long balls. That's not a quarterback. Call it what you want. It's not a quarterback. You don't have one. You actually have a really good team. Well, the Carolina Panthers actually have a really good team with that and doing all that shit, but that's not a quarterback. That's not a game-winning thing. I don't know that the Atlanta Falcons quarterback let's see. I think he's overrated because of race. That's what Disney, through ESPN and the NFL, is trying to put into the quarterback position. And sorry, DEI doesn't work there. I don't care what your color is. If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't, you can't. If you can't do it, but you're a particular color, they pay you like you can do it, even though you can't. That's a fact. So, yeah, I don't know that you have the quarterback of the future. I don't think you're tied to your quarterback like my team is tied to my quarterback. Jordan Love is racially fucking embedded in Green Bay to destroy Green Bay's legacy with the Super Bowl winning team. That defense, okay, let's put it this way. This is a fact. Green Bay's defense, when holding opponents to it's either 16 or 13 points or less, is 1-3. The entire NFL is 65-5. What's the percentage there? You're 1 out of 4. You have a 25% win rate when your defense holds the opposing team to 16 or 13 points or less. The entire NFL, if any defense in the NFL holds you to 16 or 13 points or less, they're 65-5. Let's see, what percentage of 65 is 5? Let's see. 5 times 10 is 50. So I guess 65-5 is... Damn. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Green Bay is 1,000 times worse than anybody else. So that's my team. So honestly, I'd rather be your team right now. With Bijan and fucking Algier and Drake London and fucking Mooney, who's not doing anything. I don't know why Darnell Mooney is not even getting a look in your offense. I'm guessing that's your quarterback. Maybe your coach, maybe your offensive coordinator, but I'm guessing your quarterback is just staring down one receiver or dumping it off to his running back, just doing a 1-2 simple check. I don't think you actually have an actual quarterback. And I'm sorry that your backup quarterback died like 2 years ago. True story? True story. But I'd rather be in your shoes. At least you got an option to get a quarterback that's actually worth a shit, because we paid $1 billion a fucking minute to our quarterback, and he's going to get our coach fired because our quarterback is the problem. He's racially cemented into a lineup that he can't run because he's a glorified running back who doesn't even run. That makes it even worse. At least fucking run. Do something with your legs. No, can't do that either. And if you do, you just get hurt anyway. And then when Malik Willis, who's his backup, comes in, well, guess what? Nobody drops any passes, and you score touchdowns. Malik Willis can run my team to a scoring drive every fucking 2 minutes. Not even using the 2-minute drill. But Jordan Love throws intentional interceptions to lose to the Cleveland Browns and the fucking Carolina Panthers and whatever. So your pain losing to the Panthers again, I feel it. I lost to the Panthers, and we were favorites by like 14 points. Yeah, so no, Oh wow, is he having? He's got the drop bug. I haven't actually seen the games. I haven't actually been able to watch any of them. I follow him because I really like the Falcons. I've liked the Falcons since the Dirty Bird. You know, when you all had Chris Chandelier, not Chris Chandler, but Chris Chandelier. I like the Falcons back then. It's one of those teams that I really, really like. I don't have any Falcons jerseys, but I really liked the Falcons. I like the Bengals. I actually do have a Bengals jersey. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Carl Pickens. I have the Carl Pickens jersey from back in the 1990s from the Bengals. Love the Bengals. When they got Joe Burrow, I said, they're going to the Super Bowl. And they did. Well, they lost it. And I don't think they're ever going back. Like, not in the near future, but whatever. They don't have any management. They don't have any front. You could be a Bengals fan. Whole lot worse than being a Falcons fan right now. Whole lot worse. Because they don't have any future even with Burrow and Chase. Chase's window is about 2 more years. At best. And T. Higgins maybe 1 more year. Chase Brown maybe 1 more year. They're all falling off. What are they going to do then? Invest in a bunch more offense to just lose games anyway? And get their fucking quarterback murdered every other game? You could do worse. You could do worse than being a Falcons fan. Falcons at least have a chance. I mean, their team is almost there. You just need a quarterback. And I don't need a quarterback who didn't just get... You actually need a quarterback. You can make your starter a backup. Are they going to do that? Probably not. But if they did, I don't know. I mean, just go ahead and lose out and get into like the Manning raffle type thing or something like that. Just get you a quarterback. Falcons, man, they got some gangster ass pieces. Let's put it this way, Joe. If you had Drake May on your team, would you not be, I don't know, 9-1 right now? If you had Drake May on your team with Drake London and fucking Bijan Robinson and then Algier as a backup and fucking Kyle Pitts, if you had Drake May right now, would you not be going to the Super Bowl? Yes, you would. I really believe that because Atlanta Falcons defense is better than at least 80% of the projected playoff contenders. Your defense is top notch. Got a good pass rush and you got a great secondary. What else do you need? If you had Drake May there, you'd be going to the Super Bowl. With Bijan Robinson, Drake London, and a fucking defense like that, and a decent special teams. I mean, y'all finally found a kicker too, right? Or did y'all not get rid of that Korean piece of shit? That dude was hot garbage. I think y'all got a new kicker. At least you got a kicker that can at least make a field goal, right? Now? Not really sure. Anyway, bottom line is, if you had Drake May, you'd be going to the Super Bowl. If my team had Drake May, we'd be going to the Super Bowl. Period. End of conversation. Like, no doubt. Because you got a better offensive mind, and my team has a better offensive mind than anything in New England, and they're fucking wrecking shit. Now, I'm not going to talk about Daniel Jones. I think Daniel Jones is a product of the system, other than the other way around. I think Drake May is actually making the system. So, like I said, that's a quarterback. That's who you put behind center. That's how you win championships. I don't doubt that New England somehow at least gets into the divisional or conference conversation. I mean, if you put Buffalo against New England, I'd take New England 99 out of 100. I really would. And the only reason Buffalo wins is on a fluke. That's a quarterback. Got the prettiest deep ball in the league, too, by the way. And can read defenses and actually has football intelligence and can actually do some shit. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. All right. Oh, I was gonna go look at this. Sorry. Ferrothorn's armor is +3 armor. It's only medium, but it has extra stamina too. Now this is if you're gonna play a two-hander with medium armor and just go for stamina pieces. Like I've actually thought about that before, and I'm like, well, I mean, why don't I go for more armor and stamina? But this is actually better than what I've got right now, so. Dude, it actually looks the same, too. Watch, it looks the same as heavy chainmail. Well, not the same, but close. It's more like a scale set, yeah. It's better than what I've got, though. That's almost 12 armor. Interesting. All right, well, let's go. Sorry, we're playing video games, but we're off on football, man. But I feel you. I'll give you another little bit of maybe encouragement, I guess. In my experience watching football for a while, I've noticed that teams that lose by like 2, 3, 4 points and then go into overtime and do that like every single game, the next year tend to do really well. Because you're just that close. You just don't know how to win yet. And teams go through that. They just don't know how to win. You get to actually experience that. I don't think my team is going to experience that. So, yeah, I mean, like, go Falcons. I don't know if Green Bay actually makes the playoffs, to be honest. And there's supposedly this and that and blah, blah, blah. I mean, we've lost starting center, we've lost 3 of our best starting linemen, offensive linemen for the year. Josh Jacobs just went down with a knee injury, so he's at least out for a while. Let's see, who else did we lose? We lose Tucker Kraft, who's one of the top 3 tight ends in the league. Definitely top 3. Easily top 3. Even from a fantasy perspective, top 3. He was like half the offense. You lose that. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, imagine if you lost Drake London for the rest of the year. Apparently he went down with another injury. He's been on the injury report the last 5 fucking weeks straight. Anyway, just imagine if you lost him for the season. If you lost Bijan, actually your backup, I'm not saying he's as good, but it's not that big of a drop-off. You actually have a solid backfield. You have literally a solid backfield. But yeah, if you lost Drake London for the year, what would happen? That was like us losing Tucker Kraft. That was literally the same thing. Like Atlanta losing Drake London. Sorry, man. That motherfucker is like, he's like Randy Moss or some shit. He's gangster as shit. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Sorry they got swept. But hey, Green Bay still has to face Chicago twice. What if Chicago sweeps Green Bay in both games? And we lose one to Minnesota. And we lose the next one to Detroit. Green Bay's dead. I could be right there with you. You know what? We'll just crack a beer and just salute the death of our teams. How about that? We'll just do that. That sound like a plan? I'm down with that. And Mooney was like, you remember when you had Moss and Carter? Carter was like the old boot, and then Moss was the young guy type thing. Anyway, when you had Moss and Carter in Minnesota, that's kind of how I viewed London and Mooney. Like, it was that type of combo. Like, it didn't really matter who was at quarterback. Just fucking throw it up there. They're going to go get it. I mean, did you ever get that same vibe? Because that was kind of the vibe. Definitely last year. I personally, I went London. I've held London the entire year. Because when he shows up, he shows up. He showed up yesterday, but apparently he got hurt again. And it's knee related this time. This last week it was back and illness. This week it's knee. Once you get knees involved, that's when you start getting scared, right? But yeah, like last year, pretty sure London and Mooney that was some potent shit. And then guess what? It opened up the run, so Bijan could just go the fuck off. Not really working like that this year. I mean, sometimes, but not all the time. Still, I would take Mooney and Bijan over Romeo Doubs and Josh Jacobs. I really would. So, hey, it could be worse, bro. It could be worse. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. Just like Super Bowl or bust. Well, look, You got a 1 in 32 chance of a 1 in 16 chance of making it, and a 1 in 64 chance of winning it. If you want to double the odds each time. So, think about that. Yeah, it's not so bad. But you're right. Losing to the Panthers are division. So, like, are the Panthers to you like the Minnesota Vikings are to me? Or even worse, the fucking Dallas Cowgirls? Like, if I beat Dallas, if Green Bay beats Dallas, but they lose the other 16 games of the year, I'm kind of cool with that. The problem is we tied with Dallas. 40 points apiece, but we were supposed to have a defense, and they had no defense, which means we had no defense either. That was fucked up, right? So I tied with Dallas. So I still haven't won my season. Honestly, I hope Dallas makes a wild card and we make a wild card somehow and then face them and then actually beat them the second time around. We can go ahead and lose the game after that. That's the only satisfaction I'm actually going to get. I'm not going to the Super Bowl. I'm not going to celebrate my team in the NFC Championship. But goddammit, let us face Dallas one more time somehow. And then kick their ass. And then, you know what? My life is complete. I'm totally cool with that. So if Carolina is your Dallas, then I actually do feel for you. I really do. Because Minnesota swept us last year. And that was basically as bad as losing to Dallas. Getting swept by Minnesota. It's just fucking dog shit. Just saying. I did save, right? So we need to go to here. We're gonna get a cha-ching. But Mooney has a case of the drops. That sucks.
No end to these blasted things!
Trap right ahead.
What the fuck?
Trap right ahead.
Oh, well, I got this.
You'll get no mercy from me! Let me see some blood!
Trap right ahead. Trap right ahead.
This'll be...
Too much. I'm sorry.
Down you go!
You're gonna regret this!
Now better than later. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Oh, wow. You actually did that? She actually had to go trigger that trap, walk right the fuck into it, even though it's already been exposed. AI does not allow for that, but it just happened anyway. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. She just fucked us out of XP just because AI intentionally being broken to fucking troll the player. I will always call a developer that allows that in their game to be a thing, to be the worst fucking piece of shit on the face of the planet. You don't allow that in your game. You don't fuck the play over for winning. And if you've invested into your party in a certain way to where shit can't happen, then you fucking punish the player for doing the right thing by making something happen that the AI should never allow. Because it's fucking garbage. Meaning the game developers, if they died on a cactus in their asshole, the world would be a better place. Let's just go ahead and put it that way. Piece of shit. What the fuck? We actually got away with that. But the game can't let that happen. No. Gotta fucking steal some XP from you because fuck you. You did it right. You did the impossible. So I'm gonna punish you for it and make you fucking lose even though you won. What kind of logic is that? That's woke logic, guys. Lose even if you win. You can't have any fun. If you do it right, We're jealous, so therefore you fail too, because everybody needs a trophy for participation. And if you're better than I am, I can't have that because you voted for Trump and I voted for Satan and I fucking hate you because my spirit is fucking satanic and that's just it. So you can't have any fun either. I made this game the way it is because if you do something right, because you're smarter than I am and you're not as stupid as I am and you're not as evil as I am, then you need to fail anyway. Just because I fucking say so, that's how I programmed the game. What the fuck? I think we'll get the same ambush. I hope we get the same ambush. We better. If we don't, we'll probably lose it for the rest of the game. Wow, we lost it. We'll never get that again. We didn't just lose one piece of XP, we lost all of it. Wow. Most likely. Maybe not, but most likely.
You have coin, stranger? With Orzammar closed off, Old Tegra can get you a discount. Fine weapon and arms, dwarven made.
It's daylight outside, so I'm about to get out of here. I gotta get up and work tonight, so... I mean, that's it, that's all. Got no choice about that, so... This dude really actually has garbage, to be honest. I mean, strength is good. Yeah. Nice. All right. Yeah, that was like extra annoying. That should not have happened. Let's see.
Of course.
Your companions cannot actually use that. They can't use the skill book. I was really trying to get that from Morgan, and that failed. I built an entire character to get that to Morgan. It's like, oh, she can't use it. Fuck, I should probably have looked that up before I even started the game. My bad. Wasting like 15 hours of my life for nothing. No, I can actually save this. Doesn't really matter. That's fine. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it when we get wherever we're going here. I really hope we get that ambush back because all those traps are worth like 360 XP. If you put them all together, or more, it's at least that much. So.
You'll have to forgive me if I seem a bit nervous. Not many people travelling in this part of Ferelden. Of course, that's part of my problem, isn't it? Mule got spooked by a wisp and ran off into the woods. Now what do I do? Well, yes. Oh, it's been quite the month. Allow me to introduce myself. Felix de Grosbois, merchant and entrepreneur at your service.
So, is this an Orlesian or a pretend Orlesian? If you're trying to be an Orlesian, you might actually be as maybe even worse than an Orlesian. Not really sure.
I don't normally take this route, but with the war, I was hoping for a bit of luck and good weather in the mountains. Sadly, I've had neither. Ugh, this trip has been one miserable disaster after another. I don't suppose you consider helping a fellow out? Of all the other things that went wrong, the worst is this artifact I brought in Jada. It's a control rod, I'm told, for a golem. No point in me keeping it, however, as I'll never get to use it. But, maybe you could? Just as well. You'll find the golem in a village named Honleith, in the hinterlands. Here, I'll mark it on your map. I've heard it might be dangerous there with all the darkspawn about, but I'll wager that's not an issue for someone like you.
You could
Just hold
totally
up the
kill all
rod
the darkspawn.
and say Dulaf Gar. That will wake the golem up, so I'm told. I hope it works. Best of luck to you then. Now, I guess it's up to me to find that mule myself.
Fuck the elf. He's more worried about his mule than the elf that he sent after his mule. Like, that's what you're supposed to read into that. Now, the Orlesians, they really are evil as a culture. I'm trying to think of what to compare them to. I think there's a lot of bad in all the cultures to sum up as the Orlesians as a whole. Honestly. Anyway. Alright, guys. It's, what time is it, man? It's going on 7 in the morning. So, yeah, I gotta get up to work today. So, yeah, I can't. I'll just make this a cutoff point because I know where I'm going. We're gonna go, yeah. We're going, here. Going here next. Maybe we'll get that same ambush on the way, because I'm sure we'll get away with it next time. I'm just not going to allow my companions to steal my XP from me. If you trigger a trap, you don't get anything for it. But if you disarm it, it's like 25, 50, 75, 100 XP. Yeah, I'm not letting my companions AI that cannot run over that trap because they've already been warned it's there, but they just mindlessly fucking, okay, let's just troll the player. That type of shit, nah, it's not cool. Anyway. Yeah, I gotta save, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I'm gonna go find something to eat and then get some sleep. Work tonight, and then if I can get some sleep, cool. Work tonight, maybe get off early. We can jump back into this and do our thing. That'd be awesome. Hopefully a little bit less frustrating. Anyway, and I appreciate all the conversation. You guys are awesome. What am I supposed to say now? Hey, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. And whatever. And hit the notification bell and whatever. That's what I'm supposed to say, right? I'm not in the habit of saying that shit. You guys know what to do if you want to do it. That's totally up to you guys. We're all human beings here, right? I don't think you need to be put on a leash and told what to do. And if you do, well then this, you're not gonna find that here. Anyway, all right. Good night, guys. Just bullshitting. I will. I'll see you guys tonight. Hopefully, if I don't, then you guys have a good rest of your week. Stay safe and do your thing. Yeah, and I'll try to catch you guys tonight. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here.